Hello, and welcome from a seated position today. I don't feel like using my stand-up desk this week. How's everybody doing? Hi, Crownless. It should be Phil audibly counting down? Huh? What are we talking about? Anyway, how is everybody? Me, I'm slightly under the weather. I think I've had something akin to an ear infection, a little bit of a cold maybe at the same time, whilst also having like the most irritating ear blockage that I've ever had in my entire life. And I used to get swimmer's ear on the regular as I was growing up. This has been quite the weekend. Like, I was already starting to go downhill just as I went into, what's that, the Formula V stream. But yeah, I'm doing a little bit better now. Sit, man. So, let's start saying hello to everybody. Welcome, Logan Whitey. How's it going? I am 3 Firebird. How's it going? Chromatic Schnitzel. We've also got here Twisted T. Welcome back to the stream. Border 140. How's it going, bro? CX76CX. I don't believe I've seen you here before. Nat64. How's it going? Crownless, welcome back, bro. And as always, thank you for being a channel member as well. And dreading over tomorrow, I need to drive 400 kilometers. Oh dear. If I'm going for a long journey, that's that sort of long, it's interstate. And I've done interstate drives a few times. The closest interstate drive to me is 650, I think, kilometers away. Which is, yeah. So I know these sorts of long drives and they, yeah. I think I can usually do from here to Melbourne with only 2 fuel stops or 1 fuel stop, depending on the sort of car I'm driving at the time. But my God, you do need to stop and, like, freshen up a little bit as the time goes on. Otherwise, you do become a little bit, slow to notice things, I suppose, would be the way of putting it. "400 kilometers, the entire width of Switzerland." Oh dear. When I did the trip over to Queensland, what was that, like 4,000? I can't remember exactly. How dare Phil do this to me? Do what? And welcome, Omei. How's it going, bro? Oh, your FW stands. Okay, welcome, FW stands. What cars we got today? We got these ones. I'm still saying hello to people. Like, the one fun thing I like to do is like to interact on the YouTube platform, which means saying hello here and all that sort of stuff. And YouTube comments is the other place I like to communicate the most. Imagine existing only in fantasy. Invisible dragon chaser. What? Also, is this webcam? I suppose I could do. Oh. Maybe I should rotate the camera around a little bit so then you get a little bit more bow tie goodness. The British one is here? Oh, Ruben's here! I see my car isn't there. Maybe there was a lot of. No, your car is up here in the back. I believe that's yours. And because that one is at the end of this line, I had to drive it around and stop it here. I may have got a little bit of a sneak peek at some less than great brakes. Some quite bad brakes, actually. Wait, Ruben, your car isn't there, is it? I believe that's theirs, right there. Welcome, Julian Moher. How's it going? Think I actually invisible to Phil? No, I've read your things. It's just you were talking about things that I didn't really understand because I wasn't paying attention earlier. So yeah. Who's? I'm very confused as to what's happening in chat right now. Welcome, Not Santos. How's it going to the stream? I do interstate drives once a month as a heavy haulage truck driver. Longest was Brisbane Station to I don't know where station is, but I know that Brisbane and WA are quite a long distance away. The two longest drives, I don't know which one is longer, was from Perth to Adelaide, which I did in 26 hours, with only a small stopover for a little bit of sleep in the middle. So it was, I think, like 6 hours the first day and then 20 hours the next. I should not have been driving that long. I was not fit for driving. But it was in like rural areas, so if like I was to hit anything, it wouldn't be anybody's or anybody's things. Then the other one that I just did recently, which was here to Brisbane and back in a weekend. My camera's slightly off. Yeah, I've noticed that. Really irritated. Alright, you know what? Let's go rotate this camera a smidge. There we go. Is that too far? Have I got... Are you kidding me? Come on! This thing has such a dicky HDMI port. Ugh. There we go. We got it back. Okay. Now we have a decent webcam, and my bow tie is a little scuffed. Can't have scuffed bow tie. I should get one of those, like, pre-tied bow ties that are just elasticated, so I don't have to keep on, like, making them look right every single time. I love the 50s style land barge on the left. The pink one? The pink Cadillac sort of looking thing? We have a lot of classic cars here. Yeah, a lot of older cars. I think people are starting to realize the meta in my scoring system, which I don't entirely, like, agree. I think people just want to make me happy. And what I would like to see is actually people challenging themselves to do things like modern cars, which are incredibly hard to make. If you could have one car, what would it be? That Volvo 262 that I saw. Like a Volvo 262. It's a modified Volvo 262. Not much. Here we go, this one. This is the Volvo 262 that I would have. Like, out of any car, that one was right up there, because I love... Because I grew up with Volvos. Our family car when I was really young was a Volvo 244. And it was really fun. My brother and my dad rallied it. I drifted it when it got much older and it was passed down to me, sort of thing. So I love those sorts of things. And I always kind of wanted a 242, but then I was probably around 18 when I realized that 262s were a thing. And I was like, oh my god, there's a chop top. And it is absolutely phenomenally gorgeous. When I first saw it, I thought, wow, somebody modified a 242 in a really cool way. I didn't know that there was a 262. And I had one for the longest time. But I say I had it. It was more like I had the rust that was in the shape of a Volvo 262. It was not a well-maintained car. I don't think a load of garbage is meta. My current project car is a load of garbage. Oh, okay then. I've noticed that I think these two are using the same body today. As anime-sized headlights, I love it. Huh? I'm not sure which one you're talking about. The most fun-looking cars I can make a class concept car with a massive, powerful engines. Is this like moving the camera a lot? Let's bring up my webcam for a second. I can't tell because my monitor is also on my desktop. So like as I move the desk, it's like moving everything. So I don't know how bad it looks when I shake the table. I might do some modifications to this table to make it a little bit more sturdy. Most common Volvos around me is a 740. I have one of those. Meta, what's Meta? Goes and builds a tractor buggy. Or you go ahead and build a VR headset being like, oh, this is better. Welcome, Kira Yoshikage. How's it going? The blue one looks like my original Vukotta. I almost only do modern cars. Can you please make a Porsche 917K? I think somebody's already got the body for that, so when that one gets ported over, sure, I'll do something like that. The 262 has anime-sized headlights. Oh! I don't know about that. But God, do I love this thing so much. I'd go for a slightly different indicator style, like angle a different way. Aside from that like what's called a flat hood, which is this one is called, is so good compared to like the standard hood on it. I don't know. There's a good picture of the hood on this thing. Here. You can see the gaudy, even that one's a little bit hard to see it. But in person, these hoods are like really terrible. That's not actually a good picture. Do we have Wikipedia? Yeah, show me a Wikipedia image. Those ones are usually big. That's not a great picture. There we go. That's a much bigger picture. So yeah, it's got like all of these ugly lines on it, which I really don't like, and the forward sloping grill and everything, I hate it. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. As you can see here, this one's much better. And this is an old build as well. This is a very old build. I just wish I had it. And like they went, I think, for an 850 lower bumper or something like that. They did some really like cool, subtle work on that car to just make it so much better. I might send the Esco sports car I did for a modern video, no interior though. Put an interior in then, why not? That's in wonder, do they okay. Welcome Dan Koopmans, how's it going? Half a car, half the score. The body has been ported to 4.27, I think that isn't really going to bring many views because it's somebody else's body. No, I'm fine with using other people's mods. Window wipers in the head? Anyway. Maybe you can make the Volvo. I'd have to make the body first. I have started doing a little bit of work on that. I can't be able to bring it on now because I'd have to find it. But yeah, I am working on a Volvo 2 Series body style. Is that an Italian design house that starts with P? Bertoni. Or Bertoni? I'm not actually sure how to pronounce it. But here we go. Let's get into looking at the cars we have today. Filmman review stream must mean I need to make a car for next week. Okay. First we have this questionable build. Not entirely sure what the... I remember somebody saying that like the shooting brake was actually a bread delivery sort of style vehicle or something like that. I don't really know what this is meant to be though, because it's like a big V12. Also, these headlights, I would like to point out one little trick that you could do for these, is if they fit weirdly like this. Wait, is that actually a... or have they made this out of 3D fixtures? I think they actually might have made this. But anyway, if you're having this sort of issue where things don't line up properly, is you 3D place them and then actually move them 3-dimensionally down and then set them back to 2D. They will hold their position and morph to the body. But I think this is actually deliberate. Welcome, Pranvagua. What about the MP4? -12? I don't know. Anyway, welcome to the stream. I don't believe I've seen you around here before. V12, yes, a very big one. Automation's V12 bad? Yeah. They did call those sorts of Ferraris bread van. That's what we were talking about, bread vans. Looks like an old Ferrari bread van. That's the ones. Welcome, Twisted T, if I haven't said hello to you yet. Welcome, Makik to Duran. How's it going? Let's go in and see what we got here. So it looks like we have some magnesium or whatever wheels here on solid single piston piston brakes. This is new automation, so they could have gone for better brakes, but that's what they've actually decided to choose, which is interesting. Is this a ladder chassis? I think it might be. And then we've got the big V12 with overhead cams, 3 valve per cylinder. Okay, fair enough. I'm willing to give a passing grade on that one. Then we have 6 carburetors, which is 1 carburetor per 2 cylinders. And I don't agree with how automation has divided up the separation of these carburetors. Like, I just not a fan of that automation. That's an automation issue. Bro, I love your content, but joined the stream 10 minutes ago. Glad to hear. Phil, if you're getting new viewers, blame me. Mortixie, welcome. Are you the Spanish one I talked about last week? A little bit? And it said that... Oh, sorry, not Spanish. South American or something like that. I was like, sorry, I don't speak your language, so I don't really know how to talk about you sort of thing. Wait. Is the chassis tunnel lower than the transmission? Automation did some weird funky design. I think what they did is they wanted it to be narrower. So they set the scale on the chassis tunnel size down so much, and then the chassis tunnel started to clip into the transmission. Because I was looking at it going like, wait, is there like an inside lining to the transmission? But no. Some weird things are happening. Like you can see here, it's gone like inverted on the model. 6SU carbs definitely won't be an issue. That's a 100A, maybe. No, I'm the British one that reviewed your 70s Coupe entry for Ruse competition. Oh, it's weird seeing Mort without the mod badge in chat. Oh dear, okay. Then we have semi-trailing arm. Interesting. Semi-trailing arm on British or European vehicles this old, I think is quite a rare thing. You know what? I might actually have to look up when and where these sorts of suspensions were used, because it seems odd. It feels odd to see a semi-trailing arm on a vehicle like this. Then we got single piston, solid disc brakes, fairly symmetrical front to rear. Depending on whether it's meant to be holding a lot of cargo or not, seems fine to me. Mort is born in the... I'm assuming that's meant to be depths of the 70s in the UK. He is my mod on my stream and in Discord. Mort is one of his... Yeah, I know that. We had a talk. I was told off. 3 people explaining who Mort is funny to you. Yeah, it's a little bit strange. Is there any change in automation? Since when? You have to give a time frame on that one. Yes, there are changes in automation. There are lots of changes in automation. Lots and lots of changes in automation. One thing you may not know of is automation has made a beamng exporter. So you can play with your cars in beamng. I don't know what your timeline is. I think the Ferrari Red Van is mid-engined. I mean, the engine is... No, it is over the front axle. So, I don't think so. Not everyone have like yet. What? You didn't make any sense just then. Welcome Budini to the stream. How's it going, bro? Oh god, what just happened then? Sometimes when you go to use the mouse again, beamng does some weird things. We got a very, very elaborate looking front grille on here, and I can see that they've not used the lip on the grille and instead they've put their own lip edging here. Very nice attention to detail there, gives them the shape that they wanted. The unfortunate thing is they probably didn't realize that the default color for a lot of the patchwork that's in automation defaults to red and not the body color. So what you got to do is go back in there and hit the reset color option to switch it to the main body paint color, or go in and select the body paint color option when going into the paint options for these things. Unfortunately, it kind of sticks out, and I don't think that was meant to. Oh, you're telling people to like. Now I understand what you're saying. Has there been changes in automation over the last 10 years? Potentially. You see, god damn it, you keep on talking about the DATs and we'll get to them eventually. There are 3 light blue cars. There is actually, yeah, more blue cars than normal. I love the white walls, pretty nicely done. We got some older, what I believe are crossplay hard long life tires, then drum brakes on double wishbone, my goodness, then a lumping old V6. Wait, no, hold on. V8 with a single carburetor. Is it 2-barrel or 4-barrel? Okay, we only got 2 barrels on this thing. And no intake manifold. Thanks, automation. Welcome, Kirsten Gotts. How's it going, bro? And Ziaron Kuhn. How's it going? Am I hell or heaven? Oh, in hell or heaven. I mean, looking at a big lumping V8 like this, American muscle. Hell. Mirko. Those white walls on the Cadillac, I really think are classy. I do like white walls quite a lot, and I wish it was a little bit easier to make materials. What I'm going to look into is, because I know you can do custom materials, I want to make a line of custom tire materials for like white walls, and then have like writing on the tires, have different sorts of writing on the tires, maybe even make the F1 color pattern on the tires. And I know that you can do it without making it each individual each material an individual material. What you could do is you could change a setting in there which will change the sort of thing it has. Kind of like when you change the type of grill mesh with the grill paint option, custom paint grill option in automation. So we're going to try to figure out how to do that probably at some point. Welcome, Zigzlix. You. Germany isn't real? That car is a boat is quite boatish, yes. One thing I don't like about automation is that you can't make V8 sound grumbly like in the 1960s. I've done very simple tutorials on how to change audio stuff. I think even Ruben went ahead and made a tutorial probably very similar to mine. I watched it. I couldn't tell what they were trying to make different, but sure. Then again, I didn't watch the whole thing because I know how to change the audio. Against my wishes, I am awake. Welcome, Broken Ursa. And good morning, maybe? I hate it when you wake up and you're like, I want to go back to sleep. Just a few more hours. Give me a few more hours. And your body's like, nah, I'm not going to let you sleep. It's like, I want to sleep. Why can't I sleep? What part of evolution has made it advantageous for you to not be able to sleep when you want to be able to sleep? What is this garbage? Evolution, you failed us. Germany's made up for South Australian to make more tourist traps. If you don't know, South Australia was settled mostly by German refugees and a lot of people coming over from Germany. So a lot of German influence here in South Australia. Not very Nazi-fied. We're very left-leaning here in South Australia. But still, yeah, that sort of thing. That has been summoned by the Flying Serpent. Welcome, Neon Umbreon. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. It wasn't anything different, to be honest, just made faster people. Fair enough. I did kind of chuck a whole bunch of different things in there. If you want to sleep at night, use less computer... Yeah, I know how that works. I've done the whole, like, stop using lights about an hour, like a computer lights an hour beforehand. Night mode or red lights if you're wanting to read in bed. Don't eat 12 hours before you want to wake up. All the other things, like don't exercise an hour before going to sleep. A few other things like that. But yet your body is just like, no, I'm going to be a dick. That's not evolution. That's the anxiety machine in everyone's skull that, nah, I don't deal with much anxiety when I'm sleeping. Also, why is this anxiety stopping us from sleeping? And sleeping being a thing which would probably be good for anxiety. A tip I regularly disregard. If you want to sleep at night, use less computer light when the sun moves. Yeah. I don't do that though, anymore. Bro works hard. New Zealand is not real. Also, hi Phil. Welcome, cool boss. That's a bit of an odd one. Sleepers for more and I stayed up till 4 AM. Yeah, my sleeping pattern's gone bad again. We have 2 valve cylinder 2 carburetors. Everything here looks fairly normal. I don't think I've been looking at the interiors of these vehicles. But anyway, let's go down and see what we have to the back. We have dual exhaust all the way down here. Then we have solid axle coils. But if this is an American land yacht from probably the 50s, I would have thought leaf springs. Am I wrong in saying that they probably would have had leaf springs instead of coils? Because Brain says so? Oh god, I hate Brain. Drum brakes in the back. Rather normal. Except I probably wouldn't have had coil spring. I suffer huge stuff, deep paralysis. I had sleep paralysis once. That was very weird. I kind of wish I could have it again, because it was such a weird experience that I didn't get to enjoy, because I never had... Like, I didn't know what it was. This was before people were talking about it. It would have been probably in, like, 2011 when I had it. It was so weird. Unless they're making a more modern land yacht. I get the feeling this is not a modern vehicle. I do like the backs though. You got like this, where's my mouse gone? There it is. That was weird. Is there something under... Ah, there is something under my mouse mat. Yeah. Ventilated though. That's peculiar. You're ventilating... where? So this means that you have to have some sort of like... void space between the back of the vehicle and the boot to be able to have air come up through, because you probably don't want to have your boot ventilated. Probably, like you probably want it weather sealed for the most part in case like it rains and you have like a picnic. Don't know why I said picnic. A picnic basket. But yeah, that sort of thing in there. I don't know. Weird choice, but I do really like it. It does look pretty cool, especially these things here. I don't know what that's meant to be, and I don't know why there's not more brake light sort of stuff here. Still pretty cool. Do like. Not the right sort of song. Let's move on to the next one. I might to do this face. Huh? I have started a chat war. Oh dear. Late 50s, early 60s Thunderbirds had coil springs. Oh, okay then. Then fair. Alright. I give them a leeway on that one. Let's go have a look at the interior of this thing. We have a very vertical looking steering wheel. So this is the sort of angle you'd have on a truck. But the reason why you'd have an angle like this on a truck is because the cabin is usually right above where the wheels are on a lot of trucks. For like cabos. But these sorts of vehicles from this day and age had a steering column that went straight from the steering column, a direct beam directly to the suspension, meaning that when you get into an accident, if the axle was impacted on the front at all, then the steering wheel would be pushed into your face as you're also moving towards it. So two accelerating forces together just give that little bit of extra I'm going to kill you sort of vibe. But this one, oopsie daisies, ignore the snowman. Your steering column comes down and ends about there, and then would have to have a knuckle. But they didn't do knuckles on steering columns back then. There's only like a few vehicles that would do that, and that's usually because they were cab forwards, or some cab overs would do it. Most companies didn't really think about this sort of stuff. I'm not sure if I've said this yet, but welcome Harry Hedgehog. How's it going? Guess your truck didn't make it? There was like a missing period of like Sunday, when my stream ended, for like a good time after there until like collected the cars today. I am sorry about that. But I tried my best to make sure that I got all of them. Why is it shaking? I don't entirely know. Engine's off, handbrake's on, should be fine. Yeah, rather interesting. Fluffy dice. I do like the idea that you've done the fluffy dice. The unfortunate thing is they're a little too big. Why is it jiggling so much? That is crazy. I don't like it. And the fact that you've actually got all of the right numbers and all that sort of stuff on the dice, well done. Cool attention to detail. It's just, yeah, they are a bit big. Are fluffy dice usually that big? I don't know. I've never had fluffy dice. The only time I think I've ever actually paid attention to fluffy dice would have been in Austin Powers 3? Gold member? The one where they had the fluffy dice and he like grabbed it and went which is like saying you're a doctor cupping a man. From where do you know that all fell? You're gonna have to be a little bit more clear about what it is you're asking. Welcome Pro Gamer! Welcome John287, how's it going? That helps the human as it gets older because the body will constantly get reminded how to heal itself. Eventually you turn into a Wolverine. What the hell are you talking about? Is there Flipto in the chat? If there is, welcome Flipto. The edges are also not rounded enough and their placement is a bit too vertical. I mean, making actual fluffy dice is going to be very difficult in automation out of 3D fixtures. I'm hating the jiggly nature of this vehicle. Anyway, let's have a look at the back here. Does this actually have... No, it is a 2... See this whole thing? So, when you go with a bench seat that has... Like, you need to get people in the back, usually the bench seat is actually divided into 3 different seats or into 2 different seats. They'll have a bench 2-seat section and a bench single-seat section, whether this is for the driver or for there. And that will allow just the one part to fold forward so then the people can get in a little bit easier. Anyway, I'm expecting a lot of land-yachted behavior from this vehicle. I'll call a little thing there. Does this have the thing have like 15 cigarette ashtrays? If not, I call BS. There is, I believe that's meant to be a cigarette? A cigarette ashtray. That's cool. Yep, cigarette ashtrays by the looks of it in the rear as well. But no like 15 hidden ashtrays like secretly everywhere. There's no like a slide out ashtray in the middle. Got a column shifter, but no like, no extra cigarette ashtrays. Like, you need lots of cigarette ashtrays. I remember I had a 1987 or 1988, or maybe it was early 90s actually, but it might have been the early 90s, Holden Commodore, handed to me from my grandparents when they, when my grandma had to go into a nursing home. And it had ashtrays in every door, and there were ashtrays in the center console, ashtray in the dash, and an ashtray in the rear of the center console for the people in the back to be able to use ashtrays as well. Ashtrays everywhere. Phil, have you ever played Forza Horizon 4? Yes, I have. I didn't like it that much. Forza Horizon 5 I found a lot better, but it really just, it felt a bit empty? I don't know what the word is there. Cigarette tray? Definitely needed ashtrays in a car like that. They had 4, but I don't think 4 is enough for this time period. Proper tall radio antenna? What, radio antennas back in this day on an angle? What side of the road do you drive on? I drive on the left side of the road. Forza Horizon 2 is best, very big. If you say so, never played it. Forza Horizon 4 was my first Forza Horizon game. I've never really been a huge Xbox fan, which meant that I missed out on a lot of the early hype that came from the Forza Horizon games. Because clearly, Gran Turismo was the superior game. Not over Forza Horizon, but over Forza Motorsport, which was the main game which I heard people talking about. Forza Horizon post-Horizon 2 is a little bland for my liking. Yeah, I felt that it just didn't really feel engaging enough. I don't know what it was about the game. Major hype on its launch, mediocre for the rest of it. You kind of get the feeling they are just trying to, like, nudge you into buying credits all the time, which feels a little bit shitty. Forza Horizon 4 is pretty big too, and good graphics. I mean, sure, same with Forza Horizon 5. Everyone talked about when Forza Horizon 5 launched that, oh, the graphics are amazing, and I looked at them and went, is it much better than Forza Horizon 4? I'd have to do a side-by-side comparison. There was not like an immediate, wow, this is so much better. It was just like, if you say it's better, then I suppose it's better. I don't know. Been playing Horizon 4 recently. The car list is alright, but whenever I want a specific car, it's not there. I know what you mean. Like, they don't have any of the, like, the big popular Ford Falcons that Australia had. They just have some of the, like, some of them. I don't know, just some. I'm a little more of a PlayStation player myself. Yep. If you can look back for it, not saying you have to, but in case you can look back for it, the truck is called the Haas Aurora. Okay. Let's see if it comes up. Reddit, Philman86. Why is my internet so slow today? My internet has just been, like, really bad. 8 days ago, so it did make it, probably had enough votes. If you want a very basic overview, because I'm not going to review it this week, why is my internet so slow? What is going on? What is happening? Just show me a bigger image. There we go. Okay. A very basic design. Unrefined. This scoop looks very three-dimensional on an otherwise very flat hood. You probably have to add some shape to the hood, or maybe use the scoop in a different way, or add something to the rear of the scoop. It just looks like it has been tacked on. Your front is fairly fine. You can tell that you've just used a whole bunch of two-dimensionally placed objects on a 3D object, which would have been fine pre-2008 sort of era. This looks a little bit weirdly scaled here. I don't think that these actually work at all. Really what you should do is you'd have the vent mesh there on the side and then place a three-dimensionally placed headlight, because they don't make the headlights weirdly shaped most of the time. This also looks completely out of place. So out of place. It doesn't fit really anything. The only thing it fits is matching this body line here. Everything else is completely not matching. Fitting vents on the sides in these little quarter areas, usually really, really tricky. What else we got here? Mirrors are in the wrong place a little bit. The rest of it looks fine. You got a nice little skirt here. I think the skirt might come out a little too far. Then the back of the vehicle is a little bit hard to tell what we got going on there. Interior from this angle looks fine, however. Is this meant to be a Subaru grill? Anyway, that's just a little bit of a rundown of the visual aspect of it. If you want to submit it again for next week, that is entirely up to you. If you want to update it for next week, that is also entirely up to you. Don't need that one open. Alright. I agree, as a fan of Chris Sawyer's games, I do like the graphics upgrade a bit overrated. What? Your internet is slow because Neon is ignoring on the NBN cables? Okay. Despite being British, I love the Falcon more than the equivalent Capri. Isn't the Capri much smaller than the Falcon? Subaru? Which version of the Capri? Yeah, I don't know. Welcome, Silver Moonfang. How's it going? Anyway, we now have this looking, cool looking thing. I think this car looks pretty freaking awesome. This one was almost a choice as well. My first choice was to pick this one, but it didn't photograph very well, so I didn't go with that one. Then there was a tie between this one. Oh, and this one. That was actually the one I went with, sorry. And what was the other one? No, maybe it was just between these two. Anyway, yeah, I like this one a lot. You got a cool little detail down here that looks interesting. But because these fixtures are broken up into parts, what you could have potentially done is, if this is not a replica, if this is your own sort of thing, you maybe could have made the indicator trim area a bit here, stretch all the way down to the bumper area, have this come to here, and then they have just end bits here. And you could have placed it on the front, three-dimensionally brought it out, and then angled it around. and then placed it into 2 dimensions, and it would have wrapped around the corner just a little bit more. Would have added a little bit of extra interesting shape, if that's something you wanted to maybe do, if you're not doing a replica. I don't know if this is a replica. It looks good enough that it might actually be a replica, except there are a few telling things that I think aren't actually replica stuff. Apparently somebody triggered Mort. What's happening? We got Were Vixen here? Hey! I didn't say hello to Were Vixen. How's it going? Mark 1, I like a lot of the looks of the Falcon, but just better. Okay. I don't really know much about the Capri. I think the only Capri we got here in Australia, I could easily be wrong though, because I don't really know much about the Capri, was the small convertible. Or was that the Caprice? I can't remember. The small little Ford convertible vehicle. Not allowed to be triggered here. I can't do anything about it. Okay. Can you ban Room from his own streams? Those cars look like a mix of Alfa Romeo in this condition. 35 degrees there? Oh god, I would love a little bit of warmth here. 35 degrees I can deal with here in South Australia because I have evaporative air conditioning, which is very cheap to run. Heating is very goddamn expensive. And my electricity prices is what, like, I think it's 62 cents per kilowatt hour? Ugh! Why? It's just, it's rude. It's very rude of the power companies. Oh, Groundhog is here. Close into chat. Pissed off. Okay. AC is just the same series? Okay. You live in a swamp? Oh dear, yeah, no. Humid is unfortunate. I love this sort of wheel here, except it probably could have gotten away with being a 4-stud instead of a 5-stud. Unless this thing is like really powerful and surprisingly heavy, I think a 4-stud would have done. Then we have solid 2-piston brace on the front on double wishbones. Wait, where's the engine? Is this a mid-engine or rear engine? It is a rear engine and a tall one. Oh, it's a very tall one. Ooh, that was probably not the best of choices. So, here is the dealio. Mid-engine, you generally still, like any sort of engine orientation, a lower center of gravity is a better center of gravity. When it comes to mid and rear engine, the lower the center of gravity, the better. But due to the way in which they like to shape underfloors, they don't usually do flat engines in mid-engine cars. In rear-engine cars, you have to like do weird propping up the engine maybe a little bit, or just have a higher center bit for the engine. But still you want to keep the center of gravity as low as possible. Generally you don't want inline engines because they're really long and move the weight even further back, and have the highest weight profile. Then moving on to V-type engines, you don't really want a narrow bank because that shifts the weight up from a wide bank V engine. This could be really light though, I don't know. But this seems like a culmination of a lot of no-nos in car design. There's a reason why the overwhelming majority of rear engine cars use boxer engines. Only a few have used anything other than that. That's the one. What? Actually, Phil, it is meant to be a Subaru truck. It even has a boxer engine. Oh, interesting. You have moved from your truck. Okay, then. Why do the outer headlights look like a 1969 Mustang in a way? I think I kind of got what you were saying on this body, yeah. Wide wouldn't fit? Then go a smaller engine. Boxer engines are best for rear engines. They did bring up a good point. They've got a very very narrow chassis here. As you can see, there's not a whole lot of space here. But if you're going rear engine, there's very few that are high-powered. And if they are high-powered, they're usually not high-capacity, and they whack turbos on it as a fix. Fanny Faxbear, how's it going? Popped in to say hi. Well, hi and probably bye, because you never hang around. That's fine. Streams aren't for everyone. Streams are not for me. The only exceptions to boxes in rear-engine cars are the DeLorean and basically Alpine's entire lineup. There was also that one, like, Soviet bloc V8 vehicle as well. But yeah, I forgot about the DeLorean entirely. That car was just an entire, just mismatch of errors. One thing I want to point out about the PRV6 that they use, which is Peugeot, Renault, Volvo, that engine was designed amongst all of them to be a V8. They wanted to go in joint to make a V8 because nobody else in Europe, apart from like the small manufacturers, were really bothering with V8s that they wanted to share. So they said, let's make one together. Volvo's main things to give to it was the fuel system. But the French did most of the rest. Then, which was a mechanical fuel injection, by the way. Where am I going with this? Oh, I've already forgotten. Oh yeah, it was going to be a V8. Then the fuel crisis happened because this was in the 70s. So they went, we have to make it a smaller engine or it's just not going to be economical. Volvo said, no, we still want the V8. And against Volvo's wishes, they then decided to just chop off the back two cylinders. Now, has anybody here heard of what a modular engine is? A modular engine is basically all of the cylinders and all of the oil and coolant passages around are all identical. And all you do is just add more onto it to make it bigger or smaller. So like a straight 4 to a straight 6, or sometimes happens with a V6 and a V8 sort of thing. Those sorts of dealios. But they weren't always like that. Back in the day, they were a lot more individually designed. And one of the things that they had is on the rear oil passages were much bigger to help, like, they would pump a lot of the oil back there to supply a lot of oil to go to the rest of them. The rest of the passages and through the cylinder heads. But they just chopped it off, and in the test benches and the small testing that they did, it went fine. So as a result, the engine is incredibly unreliable, except for the fuel system. Why would you do anything with a French? Thorin was breaking like a thin wafer chip? If you say so. Thorin looked great in brushed aluminium. No, that was stainless steel. It was a fiberglass monocoque, I believe, with a steel outer housing. Nobody does it that way. Why? It was very weird choices. In the defense of the French brands, France has always very strict restrictions on economy and emissions, even down to the 50s, which is why so many French cars are smaller, lighter, and narrower than... I'm sure you're going to say something else. I understand that, but they agreed to do a V8, but in their general half-assedness when it comes to making sure that things work for long periods of time, they stuffed up what would have been a fine engine. If they had if they wanted to go to the V6, fine. At least think about those extra oil passages that were required. And that's the leading theory, because that has been talked about. And that is the leading theory that people reckon why those engines are so unreliable, because they do, on occasion, snap camshafts. That is a very rare thing to do. Off the top of my head, don't think I have ever heard of another engine that snaps camshafts. Now, I believe in the later Volvo iterations, they'd actually come up with an extra external pipe that would pipe extra oil to go into the camshafts, or into one of the oil journal things. I'm not actually sure. I don't know if that ever actually got implemented, because I know that around that time, it was like a thing that they were designing around the sort of time that they were also designing the V10 that Volvo was going to have And then they made the inline 5, the inline 6 modular new engines that also were like the 5 and the 4 cylinders as well. French car's good if you say so. What are we talking about? My test for what happened to the PRV8. Chassis don't rust as much though, making them good project cars if you get a hold of them. Okay. Alright, see you later, Julian. Camshafts are important. Don't break those. Yeah. At least it was a non-interference engine, so you could just go ahead and replace the camshaft. But then again, a lot of the times you would get metal shavings in the engine, but I don't think anybody particularly cared. You'd have to replace the whole engine. Let's go see what we've got for rear brakes, and we'll have a look at the engine more. We have 2 piston brakes in the rear on, what's this? Double wish? Yeah, that's double wishbone. And then our overhead camshaft is 2 valve per cylinder. That is overhead. Yeah, it's not push rod. Is that a single point fuel injection? Okay. Very interesting choices here, which means that this was a leftover engine from a previous build that they would have had. Which is, yeah, strange. So, if you don't know, generally you would only have a single point fuel injection if you went from a carburetor. Otherwise, you would just go multi-point injection and, yeah, not do this. This was a stopgap. But yeah, I do like that. Rather interesting. Got short cast, all that sort of stuff. Got the automation origami exhaust. Sure, why not? Let's have a look at the back of this thing. I like it. It just looks rather nice. It looks like they've got multiple, yeah, aero wing sort of things on the back there. So they probably had a lot of issues with lift. Realistically, back in the day, these cars would just have lift and handle terribly. So I know that you wanted to have less lift and have a more stable car at speed, but a lot of the times, cars just weren't stable at speed. Especially rear-engine cars or mid-engine cars. They were just dangerous. Oh, Peugeot, Renault, Volvo. That's not how you spell Renault, but okay. It's spelled Renault, I believe. I was being sarcastic because I don't know when you left on a lot of different... okay then. Welcome, Ringo. How's it going? It's based off the car I made for Ruben's stream, so I did start with a carburetor. Okay, cool. No, Phil, I think that is an aesthetic choice, not an aero thing. These lips do add downforce, but if you say so. Renault and Citroën has the dots over the E. Yeah, well, I can't remember. That's not umlaut. That's I can't remember. Weird things. But if this is your car, Ringo, this is a really nice car. What's this dent line here? Is that meant to be like accident damage? No, it's symmetrical. Anyway, if you didn't see my first thing about like wrapping this around the edge, I'd suggest looking into that because I think that would be really cool. I do see now the Mustang thing that somebody was talking about. I think it was Ed. Which people also... What are we talking about? Oh, the dots? Okay. In French, it says Renault, like Renault. Yeah, I know. Oh, Renault. Oh, okay then. Or is that Runo? Funny carb. A little bit. Seat Rowan. Carb go burr. I was here for a while. Yeah, sorry, I'm not feeling 100% self. One thing I'll also point out is this is looking very messy here. What I would do if I was concerned about this, which if I was submitting it to somebody, I might use the patchwork cutout here and cut this out entirely. Then use the patchwork non-cutout inset conforming to refill in the lines all around it a little bit. Because yeah, this I was gonna go for a thumbnail angle that like showed a lot more from like a closer angle of this. I think I was gonna go something like this. But yeah, no, that looked pretty bad. I say Renault correctly? Yeah, I know. Mustangs are good. Mustangs are cool. Are they good? There's a lot of people leaving Cars of Coffee that would like to disagree with that sentiment. Jesco is camless. You're saying that the PRV, the French were trying to go like camless, and like, let's just break our camshafts and do that. Also, the other thing is, yeah, this was a bit, I can't tell, messy. I don't know what is happening here. Odd choices have been made. Interesting though, at a distance, which is why I ended up taking a photo of the front, not the rear. Is this a body molding? This is body molding that runs all the way down. How'd you get the door line? Oh no, there is no door line. Just from back in this angle, there's a little bit of a line here that made that look like that was... So yeah, they've done a lot of work here to make this look good. And I very much appreciate it. Let's have a look at the interior. Oh, that's right, it's British, right? For Ruben's thing. I like that. This looks a little bit sharp. Did you make that out of 3D placed objects? Probably could have done that without it being sharp. But then again, that's my opinion. I like this steering wheel. I've always thought it's cool, but the one thing I've always thought about is like, if you're like lifting your knee up or anything like that whilst you're turning around, that's really going to hurt when it hits your knee. The reason why I bring that up specifically here is that is not the most amount of room I've ever seen here. And also, I think your seats are a bit far forward. Could these rear seats gone further back? Yeah, I feel these seats could have gone further back. What is this? Is that, did you add that in, or is that default on the body? Either way, I believe if it's the default underbody lining sort of stuff, you could paint that invisible, then re-put that back in with, the trunk liner stuff. Placebo door line? Yeah, a little bit. Oh my god, this is dark on YouTube. I'm assuming, yeah, it's probably really hard to see. But yeah, it is actually really dark on my screen as well. I'll just put that out there. Well, let's have a random electrical issue every 5 minutes. Gamera is camless too, I think. I do like the idea of free valve. It's unfortunate that one of the coolest advancements in ICE development took so long to get to cars, and when they finally got here, it was at like the death nail end of cars, and it's so expensive that only one company is bothering to do it right now. You added that as part of the outside? Could you not have moved these seats further back? Because then you would have had like a little bit more room on the... I don't know. Maybe, because this is 70s, a lot of the dashes are a little bit further forwards. Maybe you could have moved the steering wheel column a little bit further forwards. Also angle it up a little bit. Like I also said with the land barge, the steering column on these era of vehicles, I suppose 70s, maybe not. But they would be pointing a lot directly towards the steering box. So that's kind of like pointing... I think it's pointing a little bit over the steering. I think also the knuckle is meant to make the steering go down and then out on early versions of that sort of stuff. Oh, you're heading off, E-Dragon? Alright, Ed, catch you later. Fellow avian? Alright. Let's go have a look now at the next car. And I thought this one was pretty cool. It does look like it's made by a person that hasn't got like hundreds upon hundreds of hours, but somebody that's like really starting to experiment a lot. And they've got some really cool stuff here. And one of the things that they've done, which I wished I had realized how to do, is this. This is a design feature, which I wish was just default in the game. I might do it myself at some point to make it into a 3D fixture for everybody to use. But yeah, have the divider in the middle of the grill like that, but also have it like match like a little bit of a softingness kind of body line sort of thing. I really do like their work here. They've done a fairly good job of making that work, and I approve. That is really good. The space interior is so small, this car is not for many specific people. I know, it's not for most people. Car looks kind of like a Noble. I don't think so. I think it looks mostly... Oh, unless you're saying the MC12, which that would be mostly the color. I still don't agree with that. It still looks very Honda-esque. Space interior is so small. This car is blue. The car kind of looks... Oh, the blue of the car looks like a Noble. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, an Umbrian. Ed has a good idea. I'll do the same. Oh, you're heading off? Okay, see you later, Neon Umbrian. MR2 vibes from this? I don't know about that. I think you're thinking NSX vibes. The unfortunate thing is this body looks so quintessentially NSX that it's really hard to get away from the fact that it looks like an NSX. The light do like Noble M... Okay, cut that out. Looks like the EB110 Lotus mix. I mean, it is the Lotus EB110 Blue, so I do get that. We have 3 piston brakes, vented on the front, double wishbone, no front drive, so we're just having a rear drive. Do we have a V6? We have a V8 with twin throttle bodies and 4-valve per cylinder. And is that twin turbo? Yes, that is twin turbo. This thing is probably going to be way overpowered, and being rear-wheel drive means that they have not just gone all-wheel drive because they didn't know how to tune the car. This person must know how to tune the car to drive properly. Because not only have they gone for like a not particularly long wheelbase vehicle, they've also now given it a buttload of power to put only through the rear wheels. I'm concerned that this person has maybe not thought this through entirely. We shall see. I do like the housing on the scoop sort of design. I do like that. That's something I do often. Then the rear looks decent enough. It's a little bit flat. And also you've got square headlight housings on a rounded body. Which doesn't look quite right, but still it looks fairly decent. I like the fact that you've also got the right sort of idea here for the number plates. Normal automation number plate housings just don't look good. Overpowered short wheelbase, rear wheel drive. This is going to be a death trap. I don't know if it's... Is that a 2.2 meter long wheelbase, or is that the... I don't think that's 2.7. I think that's 2.2 meter long wheelbase. This thing is probably going to suck. Yeah, use the NSX body. Absolutely hated working with it. I like the NSX body, but it is hard to work with. I will grant you that. Probably a car based on all GT1 homologations. I believe this is too short of a wheelbase for the GT1 homologation rules. Yeah, you should have, lol. What? Is that your car? Alright, let's have a look at the interior. Is this a... What's that meant to be? Is that one of those weird automation cutouts in the wrong place? I think that's what that is. Your mirrors also seem to be in the wrong place as well. They're a little too low. You know what, let's get into the driver position. Oh, so it's not a Japanese car or a British car because it's wrong side drive. Yeah, that mirror is a little bit too low. You're being a bit inefficient there. That one looks okay, but once again, a little bit too low. I don't know. They may be fine. Steering wheel room, very tight getting in. Once you're in, it's probably fine, but getting in is going to be problematic. That steering wheel comes rather low there. Could have you moved the seat a bit lower? You could have moved it a bit lower, but not a huge amount lower, because you still do need rails underneath. Oh, you know what? I think your seats are even actually a little bit low still. Oh. What you could have potentially done then is angled the steering wheel a little bit more, which would give you a little bit more room underneath, and lifted it up a little bit higher. Ah! Sorry, moved the camera way too fast just then. And there's also no steering column. Was that meant to be there? I don't know. Or the vehicle may be for tall people? Maybe. But a tall person is then going to struggle to fit their legs in here. Looks like a coveted random hole in the automation exporter. Yep. This is more like an RS-2000 inspired. Maybe a little bit. Bluetooth steering, yeah. Weird. I think that was maybe an export issue. I do like the choices here. The stuff looks fairly good, except for the fact that it is a little bit tall. I don't... Oh, I see what this is now. You wanted that to go all the way. What you probably could have done is instead of using this fixture, is use this fixture instead, which then wouldn't have had the weird outlier there. And what you could have done, instead of having the hard edge, was then use patchwork to make a softer enough edge sort of thing. I see what you're going for here. There were other ways of doing it. What have you tried to do here? What was wrong with this part of the bodywork that you had to cover up? Was it convertibleness? Oh no, you covered up the rear window area. Ah, I think. Interesting. You forgot about the steering column? I'm here, remember me? Preston plays games. I remember Preston, the name. Preston, how's it going? Now, we've got this cute little thing. I do like the painted interior sort of thing. Probably also an enamel sort of paint. Looks rather cool. Welcome, Cascade Freak, to the stream. How's it going? You know, since I'm here, how does one make proper 5-seater if the interior pieces just don't seem to match up properly? Is there an interior guide for 4.27 automation interiors? What do you mean if they don't match up properly? I mean, I could do a tutorial on seating conventions compared to normal cars. Yeah, I covered the window there. Okay, yeah, cool. I thought that's what you might have done there after a while. Took me a little bit to figure it out. Did you cover it up specifically because you wanted to put the fuel cap there and you didn't want to have, like, a fuel cap on a window? Or was it weird that, like, there was a window poking into, like, immediately into bodywork, which would have been a bit weird. Look like a Datsun 100A to you? This? No, it still looks like a Honda NSX to me. How do I make mods? I want to make monster truck. How do you make these car mods for beamng? Through automation. Or you're asking how to modify a vehicle to look like a monster truck in automation. What you got to do there is get the alpha version of, open alpha version of automation through Steam, and then used advanced vehicle fixture options. If you're talking about how to make mod bodies, then go watch Hard Rooster Labs, or I do have some video, some streams on it that you could go back and have a look at. Anyway, back to this thing. You make the monster truck pretty much without mods. Bye, Phil. Love from India. All right, Panvar. Catch you later. So I patched it up. Okay, couldn't figure out how to make it look good. Yeah, I always thought that window was in a bit of a weird place. Love your stream? Ah, great. Except it's only been going now for a short amount of time. What are we at? 1 hour and 18 minutes. Not been that long. That would be awesome, Philman. Most, if not all of my cars with more than 2 seats are 4 seats due to that interior mod I use so much, which doesn't seem to have something catered towards 5-seaters. I don't know if that made sense. Datsun 100A? It does actually look a little bit like a Datsun. I think that's mostly the rear. I don't know about the front, though. Datsun 100A. I almost bought a Datsun, an early Datsun. Yeah, I didn't think that the front looked like it. I think it's mostly the body, and yes, that's the rear end there that looks a lot like it. But you know, the front is quite different. It's very Ford-esque, I would say. And this doesn't really look a whole lot like it. But still, it looks pretty cool. What is happening here? I think they've tried to go for like bumper bolt sort of things, except for the fact that they've kind of done them a little bit wrong because the bottom bolt sticks out way too low. And I think it would have been a little bit better if you had made this a stand-off bumper and not have the number plate go over the bumper. That seems like you're just asking for problems from things. Except now that I look at that one is with the number plate over the bumper bar. Oh my god, really? They did that? Huh. There's not even a tuck-in area. It's literally just bolted to the absolute front of the vehicle. I suppose they probably didn't have American crash standards then, where, like, you couldn't have damage with an impact less than, what was it, 5 or 7 miles per hour, something like that? I just learned how to build Elon Musk. Just then. What? I play too much My Summer Car. It does look a little bit like the My Summer Car. The, Satsuna? Yeah. Isn't Satsuna a type of orange? Can't believe you forgot about the steering column. I played too much GTA 5 online. Okay, let's move in and see what we've got on the inside here. Oh, I also will mention, I love the extra little bit of ventilation areas. I do like that. Let's go back to here. You can see here that these ones do have more ventilation underneath the bumper as well. That is a terrible image, apparently. Wait, it was called the Datsun Cherry? Weird. Yeah, you get the idea. I like that you got ventilation above, but it wouldn't hurt to have a little bit underneath as well. You need to go with it? Okay, catch you later, Chromatic Schnitzel. I gotta go. Love from Australia. All right, Preston. Catch you later. I guess, Phil, what about the GTA 5 map for beamng? So much effort in there. I'm trying to get help from people that know how to mod stuff in 5M, but everyone's like unresponsive, which is unfortunate. Anyway, let's go in and see what we've got here. We have solid disc brakes. We don't have drums, so maybe they're going for a little bit more upmarket. McPherson strut. Oh, I can't remember. Anyway, log manifold on an overhead cam. Weird combination. Usually, if you're going to go to the expense of having an overhead cam, you probably wouldn't bother with a log exhaust, but sure, to each their own, I suppose. It's not the rarest thing, maybe. I don't know. Then, twin carburetor. A lot of these, if they're going for economy, would just be a, this is shit music. What are we listening to? Let's get rid of that. To a single carburetor, unless this is the sports version, which then I could get away with this. But it didn't look like a sports version from the outside, so I don't really know if going twin carburetor really fits. But if this is not the sports version, then why have gone to the expense of a twin carburetor, but then a log exhaust? Questionable choices have been made. Only 2 valves cylinder, that's good. What sort of tires we got here? Is that all-terrain or something like that? Tires? Interesting. Front-wheel drive, okay. Let's move down to the rear. I believe like the Datsuns and whatnot from this time period were rear-wheel drive, were they not? I could be wrong, I don't know. Then into semi-trailing arm. Interesting. Sure. I really do have to research the history of semi-trailing arm suspension because I feel that it's being used wrong a lot of the time. Inline 4 supremacy? A little bit, yeah, sure, okay. Yeah, that's a bit sad. I love driving in GTA 5. I hope you find the peeps to help you. Yeah, a lot of people just don't like to talk to people. I don't... I kind of get it, I suppose. It does get a bit tiresome if a lot of people are bugging you all the time. And if you're a good developer for 5M, people are going to be bugging you all the time to make stuff for their servers, saying we'll pay you all that sort of stuff, which makes sense, sure. Maybe hard or utility tires? Maybe. Your steering column, entirely in the wrong place. I know that has the dash cluster there, but I've always disagreed with the placement of that, unless you got like really low seats, which these are not low. I feel that the seats might have been a little bit lower as well, I don't know. But yeah, as you can see, you've got major legroom issues. This is probably also going to be a solid steering shaft going directly towards the axle. So let's go in here. No, that is going directly towards where the steering box would be, so maybe that is fine. It just feels like a weird angle. Alright. But yeah, no, you're not really fitting many people's legs in there. Also, why is the floor so high? Look at the amount of room you've got here. Why have you made the floor so high? What the hell? I think that's also what's throwing off my perception a little bit here. So yeah, maybe you drop the floor down. And don't do that. Panelists, you are correct. What did panelists do? Oh, about the inline force supremacy. Also, wouldn't running a 2-barrel be more economical than running 2 single barrels? I don't know. I've not done a whole lot of tuning with carburetors, to be honest, unless it's a race car. Hello, welcome, Space Warrior. How's it going? Too hot? Sounds like fun. Phil, you gotta go by? Wow, there's a lot of people heading off. See you later, CX76. Let's now move on to Ruben's car. Looks interesting. Next car. No, I'm joking. Let's actually have a look at Ruben's car. I'm just maybe a little bit griped since Ruben still hasn't reviewed my car that I sent them. I've sent them 2 cars recently. Split bumper design. Nice. Plastic. On what looks to be a 70s car. I thought only really... my voice is going. Only higher Model N cars were with plastic. Anyway, that could just be a choice. I don't know. Maybe this is like the last of the 70s. Those don't look like 70s wheels. I feel those wheels are just wrong. They're also 5-stud. Unless this is like an expensive car, probably a 4-stud would be more fitting for this. I'm doing great today, thanks for asking. 35 degrees Celsius over here in the UK, it'll be 45 Celsius in France. Wow, that is getting quite hot. 45 here in South Australia, that's like, I think 38 degrees is tools down sort of weather for the majority of workplaces in Australia that don't have air conditioning, which means working outside or working inside without air conditioning. It's not fun. 37, which is about 16 degrees C over normal. It's pretty cold here. What temperature do we have right now? Let me look it up on my phone. Alright. Let me just do my password wrong a few times. 8 degrees Celsius. And we don't have heating. And our houses are designed to sift heat off. Like there's a vent right there to let hot air leave. Like that's how our houses are designed. In fact, now that I've thought about it, I'm probably going to put tape over that right after the stream ends if I'm not too tired. Those wheels look 90s. Those wheels look 2000s, like sex spec sort of time period onwards. With that inverted U-shaped design. Those wheels look kind of small. Maybe the car looks lower? I don't know. Thermostat shows 38. Sound like heaven? What? You wish it was 8 degrees? Our houses were designed to retain heat. So, yeah. I can understand that it'll be very, very hot. The unfortunate thing, though, is... unless it's humid, which you could still actually get away with it. Air conditioning is a lot cheaper than heating, which is a big, big issue. I want to see how many transverse engines there are in this review. There has actually been a few, hasn't there? That one was transverse. Oh no, there's only been 2 so far. Okay. Let's go in and have a look at this one here through the... Wait, hold on, do they have a badge? Ruben, you forgot a badge, bro. No, terrible. Is that also meant to be an indicator? If so... No, that's not meant to be an indicator. Indicator's lower. I wonder what that's meant to be. Anyway, they've got indicators down there. I like it, except I feel it still probably would have been steel at this point for a lower budget car. We do have sports tires. Okay, so this is a sports model car, but I still don't agree with the wheel design. We have vented disc brakes, 2-piston, McPherson strut, and then in with a big, massive inline 6 short cast. Cool that they've put in an a radiator, except for the fact that they've gone for an electric radiator fan, which I'm going to disagree with. This probably would have still had a mechanical fan for these sorts of things. 27 in Eastern, oh, that's such good weather. but it's supposed to get up to 33. 33 is still okay. A dist first car? No. This is the 6th car. 8 degrees sounds like heaven. I wasn't designed to deal with tropical heat. Oh dear. No bad. 0 out of 10 for realism. No, that's like... They're going to get the worst score ever. 8 out of 10. But then again, I also don't want to give them the best score of all time. In here, we've got 2 full valves per cylinder. Fairly normal sort of stuff. Is that a single point injection? Interesting. If this is meant to be like if we're using the predecessor to the Barra, which is basically the same engine except single overhead cam. Everything else, I believe, was pretty much identical. It had a single overhead cam when it had single point injection. Then it went to multi-point injection. Then, like a decade later, I went to dual overhead cam. So I feel, if you're going to the expensive... I hate this flashing in the corner. We're just going to get that out of sight. What's that called? Z fighting or something? When, like, 2 layers on the same level are flashing over each other? Anyway. I feel that they probably would have gone rather quickly to multi-point. But I suppose this is also fine. A lot of car companies that weren't American did jump straight from carburetors to multi-point. Volvo did it weirdly. They went from carburetors to mechanical fuel injection, then to multi-point fuel injection. But mechanical is also thing as well, individual. That's probably one of the biggest 2-liter inline sixes ever. If this is for their challenge, you're right. That actually does look very big if it's meant to be 2 liters. That looks huge. But then again, it could be that the body is a little bit small, but the body doesn't feel that small to where that is like a giant engine. You know what? It's probably also a little bit crimped off by the fact that they've actually put a radiator in here, which isn't normal. I don't really have a big choice in fans in automation. Yeah, I get that. You're not able to paint the shroud and the bolts out, maybe? Not for the challenge, just a random car I made. Oh, okay then. It's not a challenge car, it's mid-80s German coupe. This is 80s. And this is, unless this was end-of-life vehicle, where you're like the last trim, and this was like the last version of the car before it like got phased out, this doesn't feel right. I don't know. I feel that a lot of 80s cars moved to square headlights because that was the new fashionable thing to do. Late 70s, higher sports trim. Ah, okay. Ruben, what do you say about your shitty wheel choice? This does not look 70s at all, in my opinion. Isn't that 1962? I don't know. The overall shape of the body reminds me of a lot of VW. Okay. I don't know much about Volkswagens. Anyway. Is it all-wheel drive? Have they given up also a sports tire? Okay. No, they haven't gone all-wheel drive. They have just gone with rear-wheel drive, which is interesting for a short wheelbase car. Independent rear suspension as well on semi-trailing arms. God damn it. I'm gonna disagree a little bit with your with everybody going semi-trailing arm today. That's a little too abnormal because when everybody has special suspension,
and when everyone's super, no one will be.
That was made for exhaust headers. I was expecting a lot of tubular headers, so I put the tubular headers hanging up there. But you get the idea. Same with semi-trailing arm. I say that I thought it looked cool at the time. I'll swap it out. Swap what out? I don't know. Okay, see you later, Pruny. But yeah. Other than that, it looks like a pretty decent car. You said this was top trim? I don't know. There's too many questionable choices. If this is 70s, unless this is like a very expensive car, I feel that they also would have still had chrome bumpers. The rims you didn't like. Okay. Most of my French-Belgian small cars always have semi-trailing because they did. Oh, okay then. With the car setters, yeah, I know. You should make multiple versions of that clip, Lamal. It's cool, not gonna lie. Yeah, I've been thinking about putting that one in for a while. Now, I believe this person used my 70s tractor body. And I think they used it because I was in a Discord voice call just open to the public where I randomly decided to make... What was it? I wanted to make a semi-truck out of my tractor body. Didn't end up very well, but what I was able to do was show how to make a fifth wheel rather easily. Alright, now we wait for the DMCA from Dreamwaves. Yeah, sounds about right. I went cost for headers? Or cast for headers. I've already read that one. There goes my interior review. Oh, that's right, interior review. Well, your seats are very far back from the steering wheel. Sure, okay. You've got a little bit of clipping of the body through there, and your floor plan... your floor pan, when I can speak properly, is shiny. Also, is that like multiple layers? Yeah, you've got multiple layers here. I don't know why you've done that. All that does is just reduce performance of the game. I don't think I've ever seen a non-truck or a non-earlier than 1950s vehicle that has a like painted floor like that, which is weird. Because you've also got leather stitched into, by the looks of it, this sort of stuff, which is a weird choice. I don't know why you've done that. Steering wheel seems a little bit too far back. Maybe it could have been angled a little bit more as well, so then it's not clipping into the gauge cluster itself. Or, I suppose at this angle, you probably could have put the gauge cluster itself a little bit higher as well. Aside from that, looks fine. You haven't decided to go with the 2+2. Sure, that's a choice. You've just gone for the coupe 2-seater. Wasn't The Incredibles a Pixar movie? I don't know, man. Whatever. Yeah, that semi-tractor, I remember that? Yeah. Oh my god, I just realized, Phil Man, you look a lot like Soviet Womble's GTA 5 character in the beginning of his first vid of it. I didn't know Soviet Womble did GTA 5 videos. And I look a lot like his character. If you say so, I didn't know you could make fat characters in GTA 5. Floor plan? As in the stage in Portal 2? What? Is incredible. Oh god, you guys are talking about that now. I spy with my little eye a Target top. I do like Target tops. I will say that I like that a lot. You've gone with my modern windshield, sun visors. I probably would have gone for the 70s ones, but I suppose they work. No review vision mirror though. There are a few of those. Your rear windshield wiper is coming through the glass, which I'd be mostly fine with if you had done something to make it look as if it's not just poking through and completely detached from reality. What you could have done is maybe put like a little bit of patchwork of the top, or maybe some sort of body molding trim that looks like it's got a thing around it, and then you could hide the mechanism that would go underneath it. Aside from that though, fairly fine. Got a rear lip here. A little trick that I've been using recently with these rear lips that don't match the body line is I will place them in 3D space, move them further back, angle them a little bit more, and then when they place back into 2D, they wrap around there a lot nicer. Sometimes what you'll have to do is you'll have to place it on the back, then angle it however you need it to be, and then it'll place against the back and then go up. As that stands, it's okay. But just know that there are tricks of the trade which you can use to make these match up with the body lines. He only made two like 5 years ago. Ah, okay then. That's a long time ago. I don't know if I was watching, so I knew that Soviet Womble existed 5 years ago. Anyway, now we got this absolutely beastly looking nightmare to drive sort of thing. Is this it looks like it's got a V8 because it's got 8 things coming out. very aggressive looking on the front. Is that meant to be a splitter? I'm not actually sure what this is. I mean, what is this fixture? Kind of looks like a wing, but I can't really tell. Really cool design though. Very dark and very ominous. Got semi-slick tires, big F-off wheels, lots of tire wall thickness. So I'm assuming this vehicle is meant to be a little bit more drag orientated or off-road orientated, except for the fact that it's got sports tires. So maybe a little bit more drag orientated. We don't have front drive though. So since we don't have front drive, you probably didn't need to have such a thick tire wall. Probably could have gone a much thinner tire profile if that's the sort of thing that you're going with. Going for the asymmetrical tire look also, I think it looks pretty cool. Especially with a vehicle like this. I personally, I do love this, but I think a tweak you could have done is have smaller front tires and wheels to give it that wacky racer sort of look. Or the Top Fuel Dragster sort of look. Is that how you spell it? I can't remember. Or races. Okay. There it shows a little bit like you got the big rear tire and then the smaller front tire. Do we have a better image than that? Okay. Most of these, actually, have smaller front tires. Like this one technically. That one's inverse. I think this one has smaller front tires, but it could be an optical illusion sort of like drawing that they've gone with. This one has smaller front tires. This one has smaller front tires. Symmetrical. I think this one might have smaller front tires. It's a little bit hard to tell. This one also a little bit hard to tell. Might. I'm not sure. But perspective-wise, I don't know. Hard to tell. If these tires are closer, but the same size, then that would mean that those are smaller on the front. Not the biggest fan of wide wheels, but otherwise it looks pretty fine. I think that it looks really super, like, modern, retro recreation of that sort of time period of, what's that, like, the Monsters and all that sort of stuff, that one movie that has all the singing and dancing in it, the one guy in drag or whatever. I never watched the movie, but I've seen a lot of clips of it. But like that sort of aesthetic from like wacky 70s sort of thing when they were on drugs a lot of the time, when they were in the arts industry. It's not for dragging, too slow for that. The front tires are a bit smaller, just not that much. Oh, okay then. I wanted to make it drive as nice as I can with big wheel setup. Okay, fair enough. Speaking of GT Online, earlier before my PC crashed, have you checked out the new update, Phil? Rocky Horror Picture Show. Yes, Rocky Horror Picture Show. That's the one I'm talking about. I don't know what you mean by the update. I played it literally an hour ago, just a little bit to go to the casino to spin the wheel and then get set up for the stream. Anyway, we got a single piston vented massive disc brake on the front, double wishbone, a very receded engine, but then again that might be the way in which the body's made. I don't know. Then we've got an old lumpy engine with 2 4-barrel carburetors. We've got here push rod short cast, sorry. If this is a carburetor sort of time period, it's probably going to have a log. This could be like they went and put on a later version of that. But if this is going to be like a really high performance sort of vehicle that has that sort of exhaust header on it, you could have gotten away with going with a tubular exhaust. That one I would have been absolutely fine with, this being a low production run vehicle. Is that a narrow bank? No, okay, no. Stop the music. No. Is this camera too far down? What the hell? That's the wrong thing. Give me that one. There we go. Oh, that's too far. There we go. No. Don't do that. Bad boy. Very bad boy. Don't do that. Narrow bank muscle car V8? No. Bad boy. Anyway. Custom shortcast? No, I didn't mean a custom, but like what I mean is like what a lot of people do is they'll have an older engine and they'll be like, oh, the exhaust manifold on this particular engine was a better exhaust manifold. So they'll go get that manifold as opposed to actually getting proper exhaust headers put on. This is what they could have done there. But if you're going to that extent for the exhaust, why is it 60 degree? Yeah, it's very weird. Race carbs? I did notice that it did have no filter on it. That's the sort of vehicle this is. Euro V8? Only very few Euro V8s did this, and usually those ones were transversely mounted V8s. And they also weren't usually push rods, except if they're really old. Laura said the guy salvaged both the tractor body and the engine and built the rest in his home garage. Has there ever been a 60-degree V8 tractor engine? I don't think so. Also, is that a short cast connected to... Yeah, I know. Style over substance sort of thing, like form over function. I get it. I understand. Anyway, this is 4-barrel, right? Yeah. So aftermarket carburetors, all that sort of stuff, fair enough. Modified intake manifold, probably. Then out to independent rear suspension with multi-link. What? That does not seem like the sort of thing that you would put on the back end of a custom tractor-based vehicle. That seems like a big no. So, multi-link is not straightforward. So whenever you see a lot of like small car manufacturers that are doing mostly like kit cars or things like the Vanderhools, all that sort of stuff, all of these car companies, though Vanderhool is single rear drive, so that doesn't really work. They won't do multi-link because multi-link is not simple to just easily set up. Do you know how hard it is to stuff up double wishbone suspension? It's actually quite difficult. If you have any sort of idea how it works, then you can get it to work. You can go equal length or you can go uneven length, whatever. That's your choices, all that sort of stuff. Multi-link, though, has to be geometrically rather perfect. So that, I'm going to say no to. If this has a lot of torque as well, I'm going to say that this person probably also would have just gone with a solid rear axle. Welcome, iLulzu. How's it going? Also, I think I chose 60 degree because of clipping. Okay, sure. This car is old and new at the same time. Weird choices. Multi-link would be expensive to build in the garage. I don't know about expensive. Just a lot more effort than what it's worth. If you want independent, go double wishbone. That's generally the good rule of thumb. Space Warrior, that is on purpose. Okay, I learned something new about suspension today. Fair enough. Yeah, multi-link. Not the choice I would have gone with. And we have much smaller rear brakes as well. Vented single piston. Wait, hold on. Was the front single piston? Oh, no, there's symmetrical front and rear brakes. Okay, interesting. I do like the short, nearly no rear overhang sort of design. I think that's rather cool. I like to have that on cars, but it's really hard to pull off. So I do like that you've done it, and it actually looks good. That looks pretty cool. Your cockpit. I'm going to say one thing. I fear that this is not really giving a lot of protection to the rear here. So what you could have done is either made the roll cage go a little bit further back or a little bit higher, or move the seat a little bit lower or further forward, or lower and further forward to get away from that. Being so reclined, I don't mind that the steering wheel comes over quite a bit. And have a look at that. This is how you make leg room underneath the steering wheel, guys. Honestly. But yeah, this looks pretty good in here. Nice dash, engage, cluster, all that sort of stuff. Is this all animated? It is! Ooh, do we have... We do! Nice! That's cool. Alright, well, I'm excited to try this one out. I also like the fact that you've not just gone for like, let's put on some like interesting mirrors, but you've also got them actually like clamped on and all that sort of stuff with nuts and bolts. That is cool. That is very, very cool attention to detail. I love it. Fantastic job. Oh, you didn't see the roll cage before I overhauled it weeks ago. Also, cutting out the body for the legroom was a pain. Oh dear, was it? Oh. Nice work though. All the dash is animated. Nice. What's going on? Just a really cool car is what's going on. Are these functional wings on the back as well? And why have you... Are these transferred underneath? It's so dark I can give it... Yeah, no. Still, I think it looks rather cool. What is this fixture that goes like this? I need to know. I don't know what it is, and it bugs me that I don't know what it is. It must be some sort of mod fixture of some sort. The indicator stalk and the shifter works as well. Nice. And the pedals? Well done. Anyway, moving on from this one. I feel that the short wheelbase, though, might be a little bit of a hindrance for this car. Then we got this really cool looking MGB cross with maybe a little bit of a... Is it Sunbird? Sunburst? I can't remember. There's like a little, I think it's British car. It was very... Austin... something. I don't know. Maybe it's an Austin. Who knows? It's a hatchback wing. Same as the front. I noticed it on the front as well. Hatchback wing. I'll have to look into that. It's a mod wing for hatchbacks. Modern ones. Oh, okay. But I have taken the connectors from the front wing. Okay. Also, all the 8 exhaust fire as well. Nice. I've had to set that up as well. I think I did that on an updated version of the Ferrari 312T. And figuring that out was such a pain in the butt because it never works the way in which you expect it to work. It's such an annoyance. So the fact that you've done that, well done, bro. Very well done. Let's go. Oh, dear. Somehow you've stuffed that up. Okay. I didn't notice how jank this grille looked on the front until just now. What on earth is happening here? They've clearly wanted a very specific sort of shape. So they've just made the shape that they want. Weird. That car is a joy to drive from the driver's perspective? Okay. And now I shut up about it? Okay, cool. Yeah, we will be getting around to it. Welcome, Major Muesli. How's it going? I think the Sunbeam. Alpine? I don't know about Alpine, but the Sunbeam, yes. Yeah, I felt that this one looked a lot like a Sunbeam. Cross a little bit with a MGB. That's MBG. There we go. Yeah, a little bit cross with this. You know, maybe a little bit more Sunbeam than this, I suppose. Yeah, a lot more Sunbeam than this. Because, like, the headlights come a lot more further forwards on these sorts of things. Yeah, I do like it a lot. Let's go in and see what we've got. I feel a little bit of hood detail wouldn't go astray here. Yeah, you haven't done any. What about this car? No, this one's fairly flat, I suppose. Alright, fair enough. Groundless is returned. I guess my plate number is no texture. No material. Big fail there, Broken Ursa. Welcome, C1X. Unless you... No, that was somebody else with a similar name. Okay, how do I cause this? When you force front wing angle on the grill, but it lowered down on the body, the grill texture invert along the seam and show up very poorly. I don't know what you're trying to say there. You know what? This kind of looks like a bloated Honda S. Oh, it does look a little bit like a Honda S800 as well. Which one does it look more like, though? No, I think this looks more like the Sunbeam. You know what? It looks like a little bit of a mismatch, kind of amalgamation of those two things. Except the Honda is very short in the rear, though that's the hard top version. I would love one of these cars, by the way. These things I think are fantastic. Let's go on and see what we've got here. I'm gonna guess solid disc brakes. Oh, sorry, drum brakes. Yes, good. Drum brakes on the front. A boxer engine. Interesting. Why is it glowing red? I don't think that's meant to be right. Welcome, Ryuko. How's it going? Sadly, I need to go. I have work you need to do. Okay, see you later, Broken Ursa. Mostly because the grill is Honda S800. That is not what is happening. What just... Did my screen glitch out? Yeah, I think my screen just turned off for a second there. That was weird. That is not a fixture. That is custom made. Anyway, we don't have front drive. We do have a boxer, which is rather rare. Once again.
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
Yeah, I've got to get one for boxer engines for that. Because way too many people do boxer engines thinking the boxer engines are normal. They are not. They are so incredibly rare. We have push rod at least. They've not gone like complete bonkers. 2-valve per cylinder sort of thing. And then 2 2-barrel carburetors. Here's my issue with this. You go for making a small car because you want it to be cheap. But you've made a boxer engine which is not cheap. And then you've gone a 2-barrel carburetor which is not cheap. And then you've gone twin 2-barrel carburetor which is even less cheap. You've gone drum brakes which are cheap. This is a lot of bad design. The other thing is a lot of the time, people put a lot of credence into how important it was that a car was repairable, especially in this day and age where you would need to repair it a lot, especially if this is British, you would need to repair this probably once or twice a day. Maybe not that bad, but you know, not great. So... I'm going to give a big fail on the engine choice. Someone used ketchup as a sub for coil? Or sub for oil? What? Anyway. Oh, that's a regular grill texture? Oh, you mean the texture. Okay, fair enough. Why people keep using boxes, bruh? This car must have poor cooling because the engine is red hot. Yeah, sure, okay. Let's go in and see what we've got for the rest of the vehicle. Did they make it all-wheel drive? No, good. At least they didn't do that. Coming out to the rear, we've got our twin exhaust coming all the way down to... Oh, the drive shaft went up. Okay, that's weird. Semi-trailing up. Oh my god.
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
Why? This, yes, because the boxes are well known. They're being easy to repair. Definitely didn't need to take the engine out to access pretty much anything. Yeah, that sort of garbage. I'm starting to feel like Philman has something against the British. No, I am just being honest about British reliability. And the British themselves also talk about the reliability. If we want to talk about Australian cars, I talk about their rudimentariness, their bad fuel economy. They started to fix their rudimentariness in the 90s into the early 2000s, when they actually started to catch up to European builders, but ahead of American builders. Phil is just extremely screaming. Yeah, I think you mean internally screaming. Has my $ turned yellow yet? I think I would only find that out after the stream is done. Way too much semi-trailing on suspension.
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
God damn it. Alright, then we have drum brakes. And with the number plate on the rear as well. Okay. I do like their rear design. I think they've actually done a pretty good job. And I think the rear taillights look very MGB as opposed to Sunbeam. So if we go to the MGB... rear... Yeah. This is why I thought it looked like the MGB, and now I remember why. You got like the slanted rear taillights with like the almost fin-like design with three-dimensional coming out taillights, which is why I thought this looked like that. My car is next. It doesn't have semi-trailing arm. Thank God! Let's do a... Let's go! I can't actually do his voice. My voice is really sore at the moment. But let's go! We'll just do that. How's that? Does that work as good? Okay. Semi-trailing arm is becoming the new 3-piston brakes. Kinda, yeah. People will do semi-trailing arms just to annoy you. Oh, God. It seems like it. I don't know if I said hello to you yet, Budini, but welcome to the stream if I haven't. I've seen so many of those MGBs recently. I do like MGBs. No material... What state, country? Yeah, well, what a personalized number plate. That's a lot of letters to have in there. Now I want a number plate that is no material as like the number plate. I don't think that they would actually allow that. I think that's too many characters. I think mine is just dirty old leaf. Nice. Let's have a look here. They've done a fairly good job of making this look like a convertible top area. Nicely done. Then the big long gear lever. Nice. Except there's no boot on it. Which I get that that's maybe a little bit tricky to do, but that would have been cool to have. Quilted door panels. A lot less common. Usually they're just like a flat glued on vinyl or leather sort of thing onto the side. Generally not this. This is in the 70s, I suppose. So at the time, leather was still not considered like high quality. Having like a nice fabric was considered the more high quality thing. Leather hadn't made it into the mainstream popular sort of thing, so maybe they tried to increase the like luxuriousness of it. I don't know. But this is a cheap car, so I don't know. Choices have been made. Are you trying to emulate Critical? Critical. Yes, that's, yeah, Moist Critical. With the Let's Go. I can't do that. My voice is not great. My voice has been bad for like a year now. Leaf suspension? Yeah, I agree. Velour. Yeah, Velour was also very popular in the 70s. Though this could be like 60s or 50s even. But yeah, leather less common, but you would kind of need it for a convertible a lot of the times. I love the dash-mounted mirror, except I don't love the window-mounted wipers. And the fact that they don't line up onto the actual windshield themselves as well. That's not how I would have done that. If these are meant to be the same size, well, you'll find a lot of the times is they don't actually go down the... No, you haven't made them go down. You've made some weird windshield wiper decisions. You'll notice that a lot of the times that the windshield wipers on cars overlap. Do we have pictures here? No, they're way too far apart because the windshield is really low. You can't have overlapping windshields. Let's just go Mr. Generic themselves, BMW from 1997 maybe. Let's see if we can get a good look at their windshield wipers. Yeah. A little bit hard to see. Can we go to a bigger image? Open image in new tab. There. You'll see here that the windshield wiper overlaps the other windshield wiper, and that's to like increase the surface area that it's gotten. But now looking at it, yeah, your windshield is a little bit low, so you probably couldn't have very big windshield wipers. Do even your current windshield wipers fit? I feel that these windshield wipers wouldn't be able to go all the way up. Window wipers limit? What? Squish fixtures at the bottom of the door. Ouch. That! Squish fixtures at the bottom of the door. I'm assuming inside? Oh. They're probably just trying to fill it in. Could have done something protruding at the top of the bottom? Protruding? Potentially? Sure. Anyway, let's go over to this thing now. Interesting. a lot of three-dimensionality to the front here, even though you're using two-dimensional stuff. You've mixed it up with a little bit of a grill here, with a little bit of flat inset sort of material there. Nice. And then you've gone twin lights here with the inset matching that sort of stuff. Nice. Mostly matching the body line. Not 100% though. How would have I done that? I don't know if it would have looked good, but what you could have potentially done is stretched it three-dimensionally so then it wouldn't loop around. So like the like loop back here would be covered by the bumper. Then what I would do is make it three-dimensional, angle it so then it points more upwards on the vehicle, and then place it back in, and this might match up with the body line a little bit better. That might work. I'd actually have to see it to see if it works, but that's just a little bit of a tidbit sort of thing. You don't need to do that at all. I think as far as automation goes, that looks pretty darn good. I like the mirrors being so far forward. I do like fender mounted mirrors. I feel like those ones might be a little too far forward. I don't know. They work. Oh no, if this car has less than a 2-liter engine, this thing is getting a flat 0 out of 10 from me. Making NSX rear lights in automation is painful. I'm assuming you mean old NSX, right? Oh yeah, that would be tricky. All you would need to do is cut out the bodywork. Or three-dimensionally place these. Yeah, that's a lot of work. That is a lot of work to get that right. I'd love to see somebody do it, though. Anyway, a little bit of a sidetrack there. Let's go in and have a look what we got here. We got some punch steel wheels. Look at that! 4 stud wheels on a small, lightweight sort of car. What does this one have? Oh, this has a center lock with hubcap. I wish that we had just normal wire wheels in automation. I don't know why we don't have that. Oh, and it doesn't actually show how many stud patterns it is. Whatever. Then you can just have it whatever stud pattern you want it to be. Let's go in and see. Well, we've got drum brake. No, we have a disc brake. A solid. Okay. McPherson strut. And then, hey, look at this. I knew you could paint the shroud out. They've gone with a mechanical fan here. Is that a rotary? Interesting. Ah. So this is meant to be like a Mazda RX-3. It does look similar. I will say that. But does it look the same? No. There was also the other rotary, right? The Mazda M something rather. I'm not entirely sure. Very boring looking car. I will say now the engine, gearbox, exhaust is mostly a placeholder in case the mod gets updated. Okay. It better brap. Better brap, yeah. Someone who likes to work on old cars is a mechanical fan as well. That works. MX-3? Is there an MX-3? No. No, not that car. The RX-3. This is a rotary. Interesting. So this actually looks really quite close to a rotary twin rotor engine. That's a very peculiar, I'm assuming oil filler? I don't know. Weird. Very, very weird. I potentially also would have grabbed this fan and scaled it out further. I feel that fans are usually a little bit more three-dimensional. Hey, this gets a flat 0 out of 10. Wrong tax bracket for the car. You know what? I don't know enough. What's up with you today, Crowns? Anyway, so we got McPherson struts in the front, moving down to the rear. We have... Is that the exhaust? That is the exhaust. Okay. I'm assuming that's made out of all 3D parts, right? Yeah, I can see it's got the dividers in between that. So you made your own exhaust. Very crappily painted, though. Bit weird. Anyway, we got ourselves some leaf spring suspension with drum brakes on the air. Very fitting, very common for this sort of era of like, trying to keep the price down just a smidge sort of thing. Moving around to the rear. That does look a little bit RX-3. I saw it. Here we go. Big light, shrouds, 3 little lights. Yeah, big light, shroud, 3 little light, 3 smaller lights. I do like the look here. Looks fairly nice. I like it. Hatchback? I feel that this might be a boot and not a hatchback. Still rather cool. You've even got the little vents there. Very inspired, I'm assuming, by the Mazda RX-3. There's most of my own design mixing various Japanese cars. Fair enough. Just being opinionated, nothing more, nothing less. I thought they were being fine. I thought they were just like, oh, nah, terrible, worst thing in the world, sort of like overacting sort of stuff. I didn't really think too much about it. Then we've got this thing, which I'm not sure. This might be based on the car that we had like a week or 2 ago. I can't remember exactly. Where I said that I would love to see what this car is based on sort of thing. Imagining it to be like a 70s Japanese ripoff of a European car. Anyway, I do like the look of it. We do have extra little ventilation areas down there. Nice. Good looking front grille sort of stuff. All looks fairly good. Is that a body thing? No, I think that is actually fixture. I don't know why you've gone for a hard edge there. I probably would have covered that up myself. Whatever. It looks fine either way. Hood, fairly decent sort of stuff. You got a bit of a shaker bulge sort of look going on here, I think. It's a little bit hard to tell. No, that's meant to be just defined lines. It's just the way the light's shining off. It looks as if it's inset a little bit. Fair enough. The front splitter. There were a few cars in this sort of time period that have front splitters. Welcome, Y42BG. How's it going? Looks like a Mark 1 Mustang. This? Not even close. Schmalfa Shimeo. About right. Alfa Romeo Mark 1. Let's have a look. Mach 1. Why, at some point, does Google eventually just go, you can't hit enter on search anymore. You must click the search icon. No, it's coming up with a Mustang. Are you guys trolling me? Looks like a Mach 1 Mustang. Oh, is that what that's? No. But that? No, not even close. Let's get rid of Alfa Romeo. No. It doesn't look anything like that. Not even close. The tail and body shape? No. I don't see it. That got misread? Yeah, I think so. There's no Alfa Romeo Mark 1. Yeah, I think my brain just kind of like got them all mixed up. No. Somebody did say Alfa Romeo Mach 1. I just stated that in reply to the previous comment. Oh, okay. We have sports tires and radials. No. If this is like 60s, 70s, sports tires, radials, yeah, okay. We can get away with that. But radial sports tires, very, very unlikely. They would have been most likely... I don't like the fact that automation just allows sports tires from the very beginning of time, and semi-slicks as well from the beginning of time sort of thing. I think that's silly. Slicks, and then that sort of technology was not used until like mid-60s, and slicks weren't used until the 70s. Radials weren't a 50s thing, really. There was only a few cars that did it, but they were actually hot garbage. No, that's a boss. I'm talking about the 71 Mark 1. I don't think there's ever been a Mustang that looks like this. 1971 Mark 1. No, still not even close. Bodyline or anything. Though this would probably be one of the Mustangs that I would own. I do love the fastback design. That is a big favorite of mine. Anyway, let's go in and see what we've got as running gear here. We have solid disc 2-piston brakes with a solid front axle. But no front drive? That is a very peculiar decision you've made here, and I don't understand it fully. But this is not a cheap engine. You've now gone like an expensive engine, a 2.5 liter, which is rather big for that time period and for this size of car, to fit into a cheap front suspension? This is like the oxymoron personified as a car. First gen Skyline, perhaps? Yeah, a little bit. Mini liters wannabe wheels? What? What an RB wheels? I do like the sort of wheels. I don't know their name, but if you say that's what they are, then that's what they are, I suppose. Loosely based on the Skyline 2000 GTR. Okay. It's supposed to be a part of... I'm assuming that's meant to be it's supposed to be. Sports model of the one previous model. Okay. Bodyline wise, most probably looks like an Opel Manta. Yeah, I kind of see that. China be like, what? I'm confused. Oh yeah, you mean like they're trying to make it look really good on the outside, and then the inside the cars are like questionable with lots of like electronic tech that probably won't last very long. Yeah, we got Pent? No. 3 triple twin Solix carbs. Sorry, DCOE carbs. Then we've got...
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
Really? Alright, I get it if this thing is like a modified vehicle aftermarket. That would explain why such a shitbox suspension setup would be on a car that has like a big engine. This would not have probably come stock with an engine this big. Once again, repair problems trying to fit such a big engine in. Also, overheating problems, especially on cheaper cars. Overheating was still an issue. These carburetors and this exhaust on here. What do we have for... At least we don't have 5 valve per cylinder. That is at least one thing we can walk away with. Wrong valve head, I believe, though. It's a Reuben special. Yeah, I know, right? It's a Star Wars? What? Totally tubular? Totally tubular, bro. Anyway, let's move down to the rear. We have a ladder chassis, once again, cheap, with leaf spring rear suspension. And I believe that is meant to be a disc brake. It's a little bit hard to tell. Automation exports weirdly. Then on the rear, we've got ventilation, which is probably mostly for looks, I suppose. I do love the race lines that run all the way down. Good work on that. And yeah, I like a lot of this. They have gone for the same sort of bumper that's on Reuben's car, except they've made it out of metal, which is very much in keeping with this time period. Questionable car. I don't know why it's been made like this. Weird choices. Also, I don't agree with putting a wing on this car. Very most likely would not have come with a wing. Depends on the year. Let's go Alt-U, Control-E. This car is 1969. No. I very much doubt that this car would have come with a wing. That would have been right at the like early periods of the widespread use of wings. That's a big no. Aside from that point, I would like to point out that it doesn't really fit the body line at all. So I'm going to have to say a no on that one. It's an R31. Although I believe they based it on an early GTR. The engine is pretty accurate apart from the 0.52 big. Probably a ducktail? You might get a ducktail at this time period, but probably also, once again, no. Funny? Yes, first and second gen Skyline GTR did come with tubulars. Really? Oh. Did they come with, like, everything else being, like, budget cheap? Price garbage? Like the suspension? Weird choices have been made here. This one looks like a toy. It's weird. Anyway, let's start off with this really ugly looking bread van speedster sort of weirdness. Have they at least filled in the back end? Nah. I'm not a fan of it, but we're going to do it. I'm going to give it like a 1 on design. Oh, 0 actually. I can give it a 0. Main menu, let's pick a track. Probably take it to a track to test it. Is there like... Let's go have a look at the write-up for this car. I believe this one is fairly down the list. Where was it? No. Yeah, here we go. Not very liked by the audience. Law, a failing company by the name of that something or other Motors, last ditch effort to save their company. They also made the Zeppelin 6.9 liter V12, 330 horsepower. It was highly limited model and people loved it. It gets 5.3 miles per gallon, which sounds about right. $39,200 brand new. That is a hefty price. So actually, you know what? Not that hefty. That is actually quite cheap. It is a pricey brand with a new interior. Unless this is like price accurate to the year, like they've gone with inflation. Ugh. But the interior is very nice and plush with this rear... With its rear being covered, it made a good delivery vehicle. I doubt that. The thing works like a bucket on the back of the vehicle. FR layout, 240 kilometers an hour top speed. With the bucket rear end design, I'm going to say no. This thing is probably going to have a top speed of about 160 kilometers an hour. Cross plies and roofless for the maximum wind hitting your face, and drives like shit. Yeah, 240 kilometers an hour, not even close. Let's take it to the automation test track and just see how garbage this thing is. Welcome, Chris Gaines. How's it going? Wagon looks like a 30 mil crashed Ferrari. Sure, maybe a little bit. Do the company piss a tractor company owner though? What? That doesn't English. Anyway, this is the wrong car. Why have I brought out the wrong car? Meant to bring out this car. I think my brain just went, don't bring it out, don't bring it out, don't do it! Do we have any sort of beamng? No. Your first gear is way too long. Oh, it's an automatic. Your first gear is way too long. If we're gonna reach 100, no. This first gear is way too long. The way to think about it is, wait, is that chrome on the sides? What the hell? Weird. Is the first 2 gears are the driving gears. If you're going for a 3-speed, that is. And then the third gear will be an overdrive. So that one will need to be long. Your brakes are not great, but at least they work. Temperatures on them are still really cold, but they are set up for a race by the looks of it. You just got off of school? Okay, fair enough. Your gearing is way too long, especially considering that this thing would not have the top speed in which you say it would. It would also probably generate a huge amount of lift. Alright. It's a little bit wayward. And we're going like at a completely unrealistic speed for what this car is. And much like automation cars, a V12 sounds like garbage. Oh god, no, your brakes are terrible. This is just a bad car. I'm just gonna give it a simplified fill score. 3 out of 10. I don't like anything about this car. I don't think I've looked at one thing and said, hey, I like that. And now that I know like the price and everything, there's a lot here that I'm like, no, I don't like this car. You can't hear me? Oh, is the car that loud? Oh dear. Alright, this guy usually try to be very nice and considerate, but yeah, nah. This is a hateful car. Who made this? Rabble. I'm sorry, Rabble. I don't want to sound like a dick, but I feel like you've tried to troll me with this car. And A troll gets a troll score. Like, it's not the worst car in the world. There have been worse cars submitted. But everything is just wrong about this car. Someone followed the automation warning a bit too rigorously. Oh, were they, like, getting too much wheel spin, maybe? Let's try one little thing before my mum got scared. This is a 4-speed? Why is the first gear so long? Alright, let's go change it to, like, 3.4? I don't know. Is that a good speed? So a little bit more wheel spin. And a gear shift in the normal sort of speed. So. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of wheel spin. And then into second gear is like way too long. Yeah, nah. You've stuffed up your gear ratios. 20% wheel spin is fine. Automation may not like it. So if you're trying to build a car to automation specs, that is what I would do. If it's for beamng, for this era of car, maybe like 40 to 60 kilometers an hour in first gear is normal for a bigger car. Maybe 70 in first gear if you're pushing it, but generally not, especially if you're going for a 4-speed. 4 speeds were like swanky. What year was this car? 1962, yeah. I give up on this car. Next car. The big American boat. You know what, actually, no. We'll leave it here on this map. I've clicked the wrong buttons. And we'll just do the old track, which also has, like, the big banked corner. Does it get 6.9? I meant to say it looked quite controllable during drifting. Yeah. But it's very unfun to drive. I never managed that, to be honest. What? You can change your final gear ratio and gears separately. I see that Automation's exporter for these, like, tail light bits here have not worked out quite the way you probably wanted them to. It's unfortunate. Brakes are atrocious. Let's try that again. What's our acceleration like? A little bit of one tire fire. First gear, 80 kilometers an hour. But at least this one has the power to back it up. And then braking about 75 meters out. I didn't brake soon enough. And the understeer under braking, that's about right. If this thing doesn't have cross plies, I'll be disappointed. It looks like it might have cross plies. It's a little bit hard to tell. Welcome, Yayi. How's it going? Too late to explore the seas, too soon to explore space. Just in time to see Phil test cars. Okay. More of a power slide? Sure. Anyway, what a interesting intro you've made for yourself. This thing power slides. My goodness. I feel that this thing probably has too much power. I feel that these ones would be a little bit more cruise orientated and most likely would come with a 6-cylinder. Oh. There was only a few vehicles that would actually come with a V8 in this sort of time period. And I'm assuming this is 50s. There were usually sports models or race cars. Yeah. I also feel that this thing should also have a flathead, that's the word. I was thinking of flat plane? No, that's not right. Yeah, a flathead in this sort of car. And this thing would probably make somewhere around 110 horsepower. Actually, what year is this? Do we have a year on this? 1959. Yeah, I feel that this thing would still have a flathead. I just really dislike that Automation doesn't have flatheads as an option. It actually wouldn't be that difficult to do. You could keep exactly the same sort of dealio as pushrod. You could just call it a pushrod encoding, except lock the compression ratio to somewhere like 6.5 as maximum compression ratio, and allow the compression ratio to go lower. Like, that's about it. Different models, and hey presto, you've got yourself a flathead. Super simple to do. I know that this thing is meant to be post-war, but there were still a lot of uses of flatheads into the 50s. God, this thing understeers so much like a boat, and I love it. What sort of tires do we have here? This thing feels like it still has too much grip. That is Does anybody know what that tire material is? I'm gonna actually have to make a legend for like what all the tire materials are. I don't know. It feels like this thing should like wash out just a little bit more. Like a little bit of the four-wheel drift going super wide into a corner. Not bad. Oh, a little bit of a scrape there. Let's go 1-to-1 compression ratio, just as God intended. I don't think that works. I think what you then have is no stroke on the engine. Nods but does not what a flathead is. A flathead was a thing done to keep the price of engines low. You'll notice that all engines in automation, the valves are on the top, pushing down. A flathead has it pushing up alongside of it, which leaves a massive cavity because it needs to get like the air from the side of the piston, from the cylinder, over to the top of the piston. It's not good design, but it was cheap and had okay power for the day. Flathead engine. Okay, here you go. You got a really nice look of it. These are the valves. They're not coming in from the top of the engine. They're actually coming from here, and then they're pushing down into here as well. The other thing that they do is they have like weird exhaust piping going through the cylinder head, which brings it around so then it still has the exhaust coming in the outside. There were a few that were side draft, which means that the intake manifold would be in the center like normal, but also the exhaust would be in the center, which would be abnormal. What that does is also makes it very compact. Here's your engine block, and your head is nothing more than a piece of metal. That's all it was. Your cylinder head was a bit of metal. There's a little bit of an example of it. Like the air comes in through this way, comes through here, and then into the engine, and then when it is done, it comes out this way. A very, very rudimentary sort of design, very cheap to engineer and to make. This thing has too much grip? I feel it does, yeah. I feel that this thing, like, if you're not going 50 kilometers an hour, you're not going around a corner. I feel it has too much rear grip and too much rear power. But it still feels rather nice. I also feel that this thing should be a little bit more wallowy. Because it doesn't, like, really move side to side very much. The body roll on this should be extravagant. I feel what you do is you go to the sway bar slider and you take it down to 0. We need air-cooled engines in automation. Air-cooled was... I mean, they could. I suppose. Just like a little bit of extra warning sign saying this engine is prone to overheating. That could be basically it. Not too hard to do. You'll need to have your air sliding up really high. What is it, cooling factor? I can't remember what it actually is. Yeah, the cooling quality, I don't know. But yeah, that slider would need to be relatively high, which would create a lot more drag sort of thing. Paint is really nice, I do like it. It's probably not as shiny as what they would have been, I don't know. Effect looks well in Beam. Yeah, ever since beamng did the PBR update, I will admit the paints look so much better. Also, automation had to update as well, which is not just a beamng thing. Hey, Jens! I don't think I spotted you join. Welcome, Jens. Not my color, but the reflections are cool. Sure. Why not ask the streamer that's currently live? What are we talking about? Do you know if we get anything special as supporters on the server? You mean the Discord server? You get a badge that makes you different from everybody else and you sit separately from everybody else. And you do also get the shoutouts at the end. Also, if you're second tier, you get access to extra videos. Well then, Phil, do we get anything special as supporters on the Discord? I believe one of the options... It's not here. we bring this up. YouTube Studio, let's have a look. No, that's customization. Memberships. Membership level. If you go top level, you set your Discord name. I might bring that down to this one, maybe. As a second tier, you get exclusive member things. I have made it so everybody in Discord sits separately, so you can see that you're in the supporter role, not just the regular online plebeians. I might bring the set your Discord names down one. The reason why I don't like people setting their own Discord names is because people change their names constantly, and it makes it really hard for me to keep track of who is who. We need a cool people chat? You mean just a separate chat? I suppose I could set that up. You've been sitting on the table with the... What? Hey Phil, is it okay if a car submission was created by two different people? Like, yeah, no, that's done a lot. There's been a lot of people that have submitted cars made by multiple different people. So a little bit of a, like, intentional drifting. Yep, no grip whatsoever. I think the grip would be fine if this thing just had massive amounts of body roll. This thing does not have enough body roll side to side. But, braking, lunging, and I think your shocks may be a little too stiff as well. I feel it's not land yachty enough. We got separated from peasants. Bro, I use my PS4 name for everything. Good. A lot of people don't, and it makes it really confusing for me. Alright, let's go ahead. Oh, I just noticed. This thing has the old... Oh no, it has the new flag. I thought that was a circle of stars. Still, rather cool. I do like it. The fact that you've got it fitted on there properly as well. That must be a custom fixture. I do like a lot of this stuff. There is a lot to like here. What was the interior like again? We'll get to that in a minute. Yeah, I feel the steering column, as I said, should be connected directly to the steering wheel for a car of this age. I'm just Fido everywhere on Discord. Oh yeah. Well, I'll set it to second tier, so then if you want to get second tier, you can change your Discord nickname. Let's go ahead and go to stream scoring. Styling. Oh, also, I'd like to point out, my ad revenue this month has gone way down. And the only reason why I'm still going to be probably getting a paycheck this month is because of channel memberships. So I want to thank all of the channel members. You are actually helping me financially, considerably. Alright, let's go to stream scoring. So, styling for this sort of thing. There is a lot to like here. I don't know about it, like, tapering off so much. But then again, that could have been just a design language that they wanted to go with. I felt that, though, this day and age, they, in that day and age, they would have been a lot more, less tapered. But wouldn't it be easier if we got our supporter names on Discord server instead of our Discord names? Yeah? I have channel memberships instead of a Patreon. Patreon is just a big pain in the butt. I think we get more from YouTube. I think the reason why some YouTubers use Patreon is because it separates it from YouTube, which has a nasty habit of like demonetizing people and all that sort of stuff, and they don't want to lose that revenue if YouTube suddenly ups and does that. I, on the other hand, like to keep it all in one area. YouTube does take a little too much, but then again, so does Patreon. It also allows me to get all my money in one go, as opposed to having to separate it. Well, I did use a YouTube Premium, but did that affect it? Yes, YouTube Premium does affect ad revenue. YouTube Premium, here we go. $6.28 in just views alone. And I think I looked this up a while ago, but I don't think they allow me to view it anymore. The premium viewership is something like less than 1%. But this is about 6% of my income. Like, goddamn. I think it's even actually less than that. I think it was maybe 0.6. I can't remember, but that was a long time ago. That was a long, long time ago. My memory of that sort of time period, very foggy already. Well, all I know is that YouTube membership gives more that Twitch sub. Okay. Oh, the Twitch sub you've got? Yeah, the YouTube Twitch sub is just like if you want to support me, that's it. Art of the Boy, you have it? Have what? Anyway. What were we doing? Styling. I keep getting sidetracked. Styling, I'm going to give this thing... There is a lot to like, except I'm not sure about having like a different colored lip here that's red instead of pink, like the rest of the car. Sure, it's a thing. I think that was a mistake, but that's the way they presented it to me. I feel that that would have been pointing forwards and not sideways, but I don't know. I suppose it works. There's a lot to like, but it is a little bit rounded. So we're going to give that like a 6 out of 10. It looks fairly good. I'm not a land yacht lover, so I'm not a big fan of that one. Acceleration, we'll give it like a 4. It's good. It's definitely not slow, so I kind of want to give it a 5, actually. But I think we'll go a 4 because it isn't great. Handling. We'll give that a 5. It's not atrocious. It's not prone to oversteering and crashiness. Let's also zoom in a bit. Is that not going to work? Oh. There we go. Fun factor. It's not very fun. A little bit drift controllable, so that's okay. We'll give it a 5. Only if you're drifting, which you either do on a track or illegally. Every other time, the thing is just a little bit bland. But then again, it's a land yacht. They're meant to be cushy and smooth to drive. The tangent today sure is different than the usual. I don't know. I just wanted to say extra thanks to the supporters of the channel. Phil, let me yeet you. What? Anyway, we'll move on from that one. It got the anti-tailgating guided missile system for the rear taillights. I kind of see that. Cool factor. These things are getting fairly cool, but they're still land yachts. They're not like the cars that people really yearned after, like the Mustangs and the Corvettes and the Ferraris, all that sort of stuff. So the cool factor is okay. We'll give it a 6. A lot of people look at land yachts in the rest of the world other than America and think like, and it's kind of cool, but like they are garbage to drive. And a lot of people like the feel of the road, as opposed to being like completely detached from the driving experience, which you would get in a lot of early American vehicles. Trackability, well, it's not bad, it's not good. We'll just give it a 5. It's kind of in the middle there. You could do a little bit of track, but it's not really meant for it. But there's nothing there that like says this car is terrible at track work. Features. I'm assuming it's got an AM radio at the very least. Oh, it's got a radio and a clock. We'll give it a 1. Comfort. The suspension was a little bit stiffer than what you would expect. The seats are okay, I suppose. Lots of rear legroom. But you are having to deal with the fact that you don't have any sort of buckety seats. Why is this glitching? Maybe fix the collision mesh up next time. You have a bench seat, which is less comfortable. You're not really held into the seat at all. Probably only got a lap belt, which also doesn't feel particularly great. And also, the comfort of having to like squish into the back past the front seat's not great. We're gonna give this like a 6 out of 10. Could be more comfortable. But then again, the seats are probably super cushy, so we'll give that a 7. What's the price of this car? $1959. The price is $49,000. So yeah, so it's not like high end. Quality. Being American, it's okay. What is this? A simple pushrod engine? Whoopsie daisies. Way too fast just then. We have a simple carburetor. Everything here looks very rudimentary sort of stuff. Easy to maintain. The quality will be fine, but it is getting much older now, where you need to go into like the constant caretaking of the car. So we'll give that like a 6. It's good, but not great. Practicality. It is only a 2-door, and parking of a bigger vehicle like this is going to be a little bit tricky. It's not going to be the greatest. Comment section never fails to make Phil brain melt. Yeah, you do that so often. Practicality. What's the boot size? You know what? That boot is very unpractical. Because it slopes down so much, you're giving up a lot of boot space for whatever design choice this was. 5? Because it does have 6 seats. So it's not the worst in the world. Value. I'm assuming these things are reselling for quite high and you're getting an okay sort of car. Prices of these aren't really going down, so we'll give that a 6. Ongoing costs, we'll probably give that a 2. Repairs and whatnot are not going to be too bad because the parts in America are very easy to come across. But your usage of oil and especially your usage of fuel is probably going to be quite abysmal. So, J-beam editing, I don't believe there was any. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, I don't think there was any. Would I buy it? No. Je ne sais quoi factor. There's a lot of design here, and I love that front grille sort of stuff, so we're going to give that an 80? No, an 8. And then for realism and commonality, we're going to go with, what do we got? Let's have a look at the running gear again. Double wishbone, drum brakes, looks fairly common. Single carburetor, okay. And solid axle core. I don't know, it feels fairly common. We'll give that an 8 again. Well, maybe we'll give that a 9. And a score of 75. That's actually a pretty good score. Not many people get that high. V4 engine need added? Add need? Yeah, sure, I suppose. There's very few of them, though. And the complexity of adding it is a little bit more as well. So I understand why they don't do it. I'd love if they started releasing, stop working so much on the campaign sort of stuff. It's getting there. I would love some extra DLC. I would pay more for automation to get DLC for new engine configurations. I just wish they would do that. They released the V16 configuration stuff. Why can't they do more stuff like that? That would be fantastic. Give us a W-type engine instead, so we go W8s and W16s and W12s. I ain't getting that car, needs a big boot for big things, definitely big. Yeah, I understand that. But I feel I need to go have ingrown toenail removed. Oh dear. I've never had it, but I've seen what happens to people, which is why, even though I don't really maintain my fingernails or anything like that, I do maintain my toenails. I will consciously be like, oh, I should really look after my toenails, because I don't want that happening. Because I know it is a big problem. Welcome, CX76. How's it going, bro? Yeah, I'd pay for DLC with new engine configs too. Yeah, I totally would. It's why I bought the V16 DLC before, I had owned the game for a while. I bought the V16 DLC before I ever bought beamng, I believe. Inline 8 with engines, rotaries. Rotaries are probably a lot trickier. What I would love to see is goddamn diesels. And because we're now into the EV era where this is starting to take over considerably, and it is what's going to happen for pretty much every vehicle in the future. EVs, hybrids, please, they need to be there now. You started in 2012 when EVs were very rare and very niche. We're beyond that now. You've been developing the game so long, you've made your game outdated. It needs to happen. You may be like, oh, it's too hard to implement, all that kind of stuff. I get that that's usually a thing, and that is actually a rather good argument for a lot of things. But this is the sort of thing where you're going, developing this game is too hard. Not doing that is too hard. Developing the game, because you've decided to go to 2020. It's a thing that needs to happen, not should happen. Or a thing that you're because they have kind of said a little bit, kind of an off-cuff sort of comment, about Automation 2 being a thing that they're thinking about, then you need to finish this game and start working on Automation 2. Get it out of early access. It could have been out of early access quite a while ago. It was fine. We need EVs and hybrids, because they weren't just now, they were at the very beginning of cars, and also they had the resurgence in the 70s after the fuel crisis. And then there was the resurgence also in the 90s, which was caused by the California board thing that said that cars needed to have electric engines as well. I'd like electric engines as it would give me something new to learn. It would be interesting. Oh yeah, diesels? Diesels have always been a major part, well, not always, but like ever since the diesel started being put in cars and after it was invented, have always had a very strong presence in the automotive industry. Like, Volkswagen led the way. Americans love diesels. If they're going to make rotaries, might as well make two-strokes as well. I think that the rotaries would probably be down low on the list of things, because that does actually take a rather large shift in how the calculations are done. Engine I want most of all is W12, as I can only build extensive luxury V12s and V8s and stuff like that. Yeah, W12 would be interesting, which is why I suggested it. I feel like they need to extend the game to 2050. Working into the future would be fun, and I think would actually make me play the campaign more. I do have some stuff coming up for campaign based gameplay in the future. Cool, Rob, let me replicate a measly 1.6 90 horsepower turbo diesel. Come on. That's a lot of horsepower for a 1.6 liter diesel. Unless it's a modern diesel. Diesels have been put in cars since the 80s. They've been put in cars for much earlier than that. Or maybe I'm too broad with my term of car. I'm talking like American trucks, which we call utes here. Oh, pickups everywhere else in the world as well. Diesels have been, need superchargers as well. Yeah, superchargers are coming. Which shows how inept and clueless they really are. I don't know about inept. They are doing something which no other developer is doing. The only other one that comes close is that other game where you make cars in a tycoon sort of capacity, but you can't export them, and it looks ugly. First electric car was 1803. I don't think it was 1803. I think it was 1850 something, and it was a toy car. And pickup trucks, yeah, I mean more family-like vehicles. Okay, fair enough. Well, they really said diesels never caught on consumer cars? They said that? I don't think they did. But it is very much a German sort of thing. Diesels in road cars, a lot less common. It did happen with a few other car companies as well. Volvo did it in the 80s. But yeah. Automation devs are practically making a game that really shouldn't be made, but they did anyways. I think Automation devs made a game that they wanted, which was fine. But I think because they've been developing it so long, people's frustrations and expectations have changed. I think they should have just like pinched it off and finished the car game and then made Automation 2. I think they should have started making Automation 2 even before they made the Automation exporter, the beamng exporter, to be honest. But then again, that's my opinion. I do like the fact that they kept support up for this game. That's great. But the expectations have moved along with such a long development time. In road cars, I promise in Europe are incredibly widespread. Sure, okay. Anyway, that is this car. A score of 75. I hope you are happy with that. That is actually pretty good for a car of this era. Let's go on now and have a look at this car. Automation devs should have done that with the Kenshin devs did. Wrap it up, fix most of the bugs, and work on the second game. Are Kenshin devs working on a second game? I remember playing Kenshin and really liking it, but also really not liking it. So I never really did it. Cummins first put a diesel in a large commercial truck to show the capabilities of the engine and drove it across the US. The truck caught fire the first time but made it to the second. Oh, that's unfortunate. Especially considering diesels are really hard to catch on fire. Damn, bro. Now we got this really funky car. I love this car, by the way. I think this car looks fantastic. Let's go have a look at the details. My voice is going. I should probably talk a lot quieter so that my voice will go less. It's really disappointing that this car is way down the list. Oh, it's only 13 hours ago. Okay, fair enough. It'll be like 1,000 years in the past. Kenshin 2. Oh, okay then. Cool. A special edition of the 1974. This is a small, powered by a 2.7 liter V6. That's the only information we have on it. What year? What country? British Coupe. Okay. Yeah, this is the really tall rear engine. All right, let's see how it goes. We're going to take the automation test track because this has some of the shittiest corners on it because it is a test track, not a racetrack. And then we're going to see how this thing handles. Fire wasn't due to the engine though. Even still. 20,000 cost? That's probably not inflation calculated. Oh my god, the understeer. What the hell? The understeer just then was horrific. Oh my god. So those rear spoilers? Obviously you've gone like way too much rear spoiler. What are our tire comparisons? Rear tires are quite narrow, the front tires are only a little bit more narrow. That's interesting that they're able to get such wide tires on the front. Drift happy. Low snap angle though. This car is way too fast to be the kind of car it is, in the era it is. Isn't it a big V6 in the rear? I can't remember. But yeah. It feels too fast. Drifting? No, it did okay. It's just I was pushing it a little too hard. I also feel that this would probably be its top speed about here, but it just keeps on going over 200 kilometers an hour. Seems unlikely. And this thing should oversteer and twitch like crazy. Having a controllable rear engine car, unrealistic. And it makes me not want to give it a full fill score because of that. They've tried to fix the downside of having a rear engine by adding aero to the rear, which is wrong. Don't do that. These cars in this time period were just garbage. As the fire burns, get ready for barbecue. Okay. I'm hungry. I am really freaking hungry right now. Kind of want to like order some food in. Brakes lock up way too easily on the rear. Oh my god, then the understeer. I think you've tried to compensate too much for the rear geometry of weight that you've got. And unfortunately what you've done is created a very peculiar handling vehicle that is quite unrealistic for the time. Ah! Oh my god. Braking this thing is treacherous. That's probably the right word for that. Tumultuous experience? I think both of those terminologies can be used here. How does it also understeer and oversteer under lockups of braking? Sorry, understeer whilst locking up the rear brakes first. Like, what is that? Damn, bro. This is a weird vehicle. I love the design of it. I think it looks gorgeous in most respects. But it is flawed. Your brakes are too powerful. Let's go ahead and give this thing a fill score. Let's start off with design. I'm going to say that I personally am not a fan of this. And the fact that this is looking so jagged. I know that's an automation limitation, but I wish you kind of had to fix that. Also, I don't like the double splitter sort of design and the fact that it doesn't follow the body line. The rest of this, though, looks really, really good. There's a lot here to like. You're gonna order Macca's? I kind of want to order Macca's. I don't have Uber Eats because Uber Eats kept on like sending me pings, and every time I tried to turn off pings from Uber Eats, it would like reactivate pings. It's like, no, stop advertising to me. I'll buy when I want to buy. Uber Eats. Install. Also used Eastern European country, Hungary. You are an Eastern European country. You're a country. Wow. A whole country. You must be really big. Did I take the joke too far? What is Macca's? Macca's is McDonald's. I should have guessed that. Yeah. There is a lot of the design here to like. There's just a few little things. And because it's not like a supercar or anything like that, it's not going to be huge. I'm also not a fan of this bodyline right here. I don't know why that was put in. It just doesn't seem right. Let's go for wrong page. A 7 on that one. There's a lot to like, but it's not fantastic. Acceleration feels pretty good. We'll give that a 6. Handling, give that a 4. Fun factor. If you're drifting at like slow to moderate speeds, it's pretty good. So we'll give that a 6. Cool factor. Rear engine sports car, defunct, probably not liked by most people. I think this one would be very cool. Has a lot of lore behind it. So let's go with something like a 5? No, sorry, 7. I don't know why I said 5. I must be really tired. Trackability, 4. Features. Car of this age, probably not going to be great. There might be a radio. We'll give it 1. Comfort. Seats do look quite comfortable, though it is rather tightly packed. The steering wheel is probably not going to be great. Not a lot of leg room to get in there. And the rear seats are also not particularly great either. You're going to be fitting only small people or children in there. So comfort is probably going to be 4. Not terrible, but also not great. Quality of this car. Was it British? I don't know. It was, what was it, cheap or expensive? No price tag. Do we get any information here on the price? No. That's unfortunate. I don't know. I can't give a score then on that. I'll just go with a British score. 3 for quality. Sounds about right. Practicality. It is very small, making it easier to park, but you're only a 2-door, and your boot is not massive, though it is a hatchback, which makes it a little bit more practical. Let's go like a 5 on that one. You're not fitting big people in the back. That's going to hurt it a lot. Value. Can't do those ones. J-beam editing. Was there any? I don't think so. Would I buy it? You know what? I would be inclined. Depends on the price. But I would be quite inclined to buy that one for a little bit of drift fun. The je ne sais quoi factor. And I also like weird, quirky rear-wheel drive cars. The je ne sais quoi. I'm going to give it like an 8 for the design. There's like, it's really cool design. And the effort gone into it. The realism and commonality will give that like a 2. But that's a modifier score, so that's fine. Actually, I'm quite short. I'm actually German. Okay. So why would you say you're an entire country then? You said you are an Eastern European country, Hungary. I know, I'm just teasing. I know what you meant. They said it was 20K, I believe. There is no price here whatsoever. Yeah, if they didn't put it here, I can't really count it. So that's the score that they get, which is not a bad score. Oh, a frunk, I forgot. The practicality is much lower. So you maybe have a little bit of rear boot. And the front being the front of the car, a really low hood line. All of the spare tires probably going to go in there as well. That practicality is going to come down to maybe a 3. So an overall fill score of 61. Still not a terrible score. Not great, but not terrible. Considering the engine is in the rear, wouldn't it have it? Yeah, alright. Yeah, my bad. I completely derped on that one. Alright, score of 61. I hope you are still happy with that score. Let's go on to the next car. Why does beamng sometimes do that? Oh, is it because I wasn't on the... Oh, I didn't have the camera on the car. That was my bad. What is the wheelbase of this? Does it tell me a wheelbase? Where are we? 1,100 kilos. That's a little bit heavy for a a 2.2 meter, but I feel it might be a 2.2 meter long body. That's right, this is the big V12 twin turbo rear wheel drive beast. Considering the engine isn't, yeah, I've already read that one. Oh, you know, it's actually not that powerful. Though it is hard to control it once it starts going. Too much turbo lag. Bring that turbo down, make the turbo only for adding extra power to the vehicle and not trying to go for numbers or race car sort of things. Because otherwise you get a car that's a little bit too hard to control. What you should have done is put this in a 2.7 meter long body and maybe gone with a lighter engine. There's a reason why the NSX went with a V6. Automation says 20,000. That's unfortunate you didn't put it in the thing. Considering the engine is in the rear, wouldn't it have... Oh, I've already read that one. This one sounds alright. This is a lot... Why am I rereading comments a lot of the time? Anyway, that's a lot of boost. What year is this? 1995. That is way too much boost for this time period. It's as if you've gone like direct injection. Ah! Once this thing starts going with its short wheelbase, it does not come back. Also, if you're going for like a super expensive engine, like a quad cam twin turbo V8, you're not going to go with a small body anyway. You're going to go with a more comfortable, larger body. This thing is tricky to control as well, by the way. Also, I believe this is a flat plane. This thing is sketchy at high speed. This is what I expect from that rear engine car. Except even sketchier, to be honest. I'm now a passenger. I guess with a steering wheel, this thing... sorry, suspended drive. I feel with this thing... Oh, God. Oh, God. It just went in a straight line. Damn it. What you haven't done is thought of a target market. Because if this was a race car, which you could have a 2.2 meter long wheelbase twin turbo V8 race car, but the thing would be so decked out with so much aero that this doesn't have. Still do love the design of this car. You've done a pretty good job. There's only a few different things, like the squareness of the front lights and the squareness of the rear lights I still don't like, and the fact that they don't match the body lines on the front. Aside from that, there is still a lot here to like. You've done some good work. 17 PSI of boosts is a tuning shop demo car territory 99.5. Yeah, pretty much. Kind of like a Carrera GT. It also wouldn't fit into pretty much any factory-made cars. What do you call it? Emissions requirements for most countries, especially countries that could afford this. Kind of like a Carrera GT. Oh dear, that's big harsh bud, bro. Damn it! That rear wing pops off way too easily. Do you want me to give this a full fill score? Or do you want to, like, go back and have another go at, making this car more better? Because currently it's not going to get a good score. And I'll just give it a simplified fill score. In fact, actually, I would like to see you redo this car. Either have a lighter, smaller engine with such a short wheelbase, or probably have a 4-cylinder, and probably create about 200 horsepower to 270 horsepower if it's really performance. If it's not like high-end performance, this thing will probably create 200 horsepower. But as it stands, I'm just going to give it a simplified fill score. The design is pretty good. This does not match body lines. What you could have done potentially instead is use patchwork and made the headlights from scratch. I do like the front here, how you've actually done a proper good job of the divider kind of thing, which I struggle with, and you've just done really well here. In fact, I'm probably going to steal that design choice. A lot of other things match. I do... Oh, that's not actually an open vent. Okay, fair enough, I suppose. I like this on the side here. That's something I do sometimes. The back end looks rather nice. Got a little bit of a McLaren sort of design going on here. What looks like a rear diffuser, but not actually a rear diffuser, sort of filling in the dead space, which I used to do back in the day. Really like it. I've given a little bit of a discussion on what you could do here to improve that a little bit. The rest of it looks fairly good. I think your rear view vision mirror is a little too far down the windshield, potentially. I don't know. Maybe it's because the windshield is so sloped it needs to be like that. The rear wing almost fits the body line. I suppose we can give a pass on that one. But handling is atrocious. Realism is completely out the window. 6 out of 10. I can't say I hate it, but I really don't think that this car is finished. You think you should try again first? Okay. Welcome, Gustav HP. How's it going, bro? Yeah, I do like the design of the car. That's about as far as I'll go on that one. The rest of it requires a bit more thought. If you're just going for a ballistic car, that's fine. But I feel that you really do need a steering wheel and really high sense of how this car drives to be able to actually make this one work properly. Who pinged me? Hello, sorry to bother you, but I was just a bit curious how you tune certain vehicles into different variants. You've pinged me whilst I'm streaming. That's a big no-no. In fact, actually, we're going to close Discord off now. Control E. If you're new to modding, do not try 6 wheels. 6 wheels is problematic at the best of times. Le Bon Camera? A little bit. I'll unban them after a while. But if you chat to me during a stream, basically you need Shiny Odd to drive that thing. Yeah, Shiny Odd would probably enjoy it a little bit more than I did. These tail lights I'm noticing aren't really matching the body lines as much as I'd like. Whatever. I mean, it's the best you could do with simple time. The front looks considerably more well thought out, except there's no under bumper ventilation, which pretty much every car will have. Let's go and see how this thing handles. What was it? A front wheel drive, 4-cylinder. That's right. That had the twin high performance or more performance orientated intake, but then like still a cast log. Sure. This is probably more fast than what it would be in real life. Let's turn on performance timers for this, because I feel like this thing is a car of this age, of this sort of performance orientation. I'm assuming the 0 to 100 would be probably over 20 seconds. No, this one. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I had this one open specifically. For that price, ooh dear. That's a lot of money for a car that is dangerous. Let's bring this up. 1972, Japanese style compact. Very cheap, apparently. $12,500. First ever interior, so please forgive the jankiness. What was I going in there for? I can't remember. Anyway, let's bring out the performance timers. Nope. Without going into wheel spin, 0 to 100 is 10.4 seconds. No. This thing would be so much slower than that. I was hoping to leave that open. Alright, let's go with a little bit of wheel spin this time. God damn it, beamng! Alright, you know what? We're gonna have to control this manually. We've run out of music, apparently. Now, 0 to 100 was 11.1. Okay, so averaging both ways around, it's about 10 seconds, 0 to 100. That's unrealistic, especially for this price bracket. Some people were saying that Datsun Sunny. Let's go to the next page. Is that really 100 songs we've gone through? Damn. Datsun 100A, was it? That's a 100A. 0 to 100. 18.9 seconds. That's a little bit more like it. And I believe that car probably cost more than this one and was slower. This thing's the beast? Yeah, 10 seconds is very fast. Can confirm about 6 wheels never worked for me. I mean, you can get it to work. It's just really problematic. It takes a lot of troubleshooting, which means you need to know a lot about modding already. I'm still here just preparing dinner alongside. Oh god, I'm so hungry. All right, you know what? Let's go have a look on Uber. What do I want? I could go Hungry Jack's. I don't know if I'm going to hear them knocking though. I need to sign in. That's my number. Running it against crime. Okay. I could just get something. Oh, now they're doing the, like, sending me a 4-digit code thing. Make a custom playlist before your next stream and put it on repeat. I recommend VLC. No, I just have the automation, YouTube audio library. Oh, it just automatically accepted it. We have Carl's Jr., which make really, really depressingly unflavorful burgers. What time it's 1:16, which means that most of these places are closed. You know what? I could just go for a slice of bread right now. Nothing on it, just a slice of bread. You know what? That's what we're gonna do. I'll be back in a second. Yeah, sorry. I'm so hungry. When, yeah, health is an issue for me. Alright, let's see how the rest of this car goes. Are we missing a whole bunch of UI elements? What happened? Am I wrong? Or is there not more stuff? I don't know, maybe I removed it. I think I removed some stuff. Or just maybe I'm not used to it yet. ASMR time, Breadman86. Poor Phil streaming while hungry. I'm actually getting a little bit lightheaded with how hungry I am. Oh my god, the oversteer is amazing. Why is there so much oversteer? Probably that semi-trailing arm. That's too much oversteer. No. If you were to release this car on the market, most governments would probably take it off the market. That is way too oversteering. So, here's the thing about having oversteery vehicles, is when it's raining or snowing or undesirable situations, and you have people of varying skill, including really bad drivers, of which most people, I would argue, are, this will spin around on them, they'll crash, they'll potentially die, especially in a car this old. Yeah, I'm gonna say that this is also an unfinished car. Way too fast, way too powerful. Wheels are too far out to the edges. Let's go have a look at the Datsun 120Y. I can't remember what we were looking at. You notice that these are tucked in a little bit more than what you have. Why? Show me a normal one. Yeah, you see that's tucked under a little bit more. Yours is quite flush, which is not very indicative of the 70s. Your real taillights don't match, but I'm willing to kind of forgive that because at least they don't look bad. You can see that they don't follow the body lines very well. Let's have a look at the Datsun. God, I love the 120Y's rear end. What was it? The 100A, sorry. It's got a lower angle. No, maybe they don't have ventilation there. Could we get a low angle rear shot, please? Nah, alright. It just feels you're missing some detail. If you have a look here, on the 120Y they had a lot of detail. Here they had a big indentation in between the rear taillights. That is a very common thing for 70s cars. Here's a much more bland one, but even still they got like these bolts sort of things smattered around, extra little details, not just lights, but they got extra lights there, whatever the hell these things are underneath, and then they got a seam line, just things to add extra detail. Your rear end is very bland. It's missing a lot of extra detail. Side is okay. I would have loved to see a little bit of vent or something there. Usually having a cabin vent here on the rear quarter in the 70s, very common. Do they have one on this? Some they do. You can see here they've got a little bit of a vent. Even into the 80s, having the vents around this sort of time period. Yeah, I don't really see it here. But you could have added that in, a little bit of extra detail. Your front seems to be where you spend a lot of the time thinking about how it actually works, and it's actually pretty good. Interior is not great. Not terrible, but not great with the, like, steering wheel placement. 7.5 out of 10? You're getting there, but your realism is way off. Okay, you're bad? What? Anyway, yeah, you're right. This isn't the 120... Oh, sorry, the 100A. One that people were talking about. People were talking about that one was... No, it was this one. It was... Yeah, no, it was this one. Anyway, let's move on now to Ruben's car. Ruben's Barrichello. The one with the windshield wiper on the back in the middle of the windshield. They've modified the audio sounds. Do they have a moving steering wheel? They do not. Do they have moving gauges? They don't even have an interior camera. That's unfortunate. They went to the effort of doing that. Putting in an interior camera is not a whole lot harder. An interior camera is probably like the second easiest thing to do. Rip it to pieces. Wow, Mortix. God damn, you're brutal, son. Well, if you want me to start on design, let's start at the back. For one, these will probably be metal bumpers, not plastic on a car of this size and price. I'm not a fan of the way in which this wraps around here. You probably could have done something like maybe patchwork to fill that in, or maybe put some patchwork here to fill in this weird bit of a gap here. I don't think I have ever seen a design where the indentation in between the rear taillights was bigger than the rear taillights themselves like that. But I suppose if you were going for some sort of like design, say that this is like the shape of an eye, for like maybe if you wanted to call this an integrale or something. Termex 260, by the way, how do you put in an interior camera? I've shown that a bunch of different times. If you want to learn modding, I have a fairly comprehensive video about I believe it's called like the complexities of making an F1 car. Go click on that one at some point, go watch that video. It's a longer video, but it goes into a lot of the technical details of doing mods for automation cars in beamng. It's quite simple. All you really need to do is just move the coordinates little by little, quite easy. The wheels are just wrong. I do like this. This works fairly well, except for the fact that that would probably be chrome in the 80s, or sorry, 70s. It wouldn't have been body colored. I don't think body colored tread panels like this happened until Like late 80s, early 90s sort of time period was when that started to happen, and I don't think that fully transitioned until like late 90s, early 2000s sort of time period. Then the front. I feel in the 70s they were moving towards more varied shapes. The new fashion at the time, especially in the late 70s, was to have square headlights, not round headlights. Quite simple, famous words from Phil. The moving the camera is actually one of the most simple ones, because all you need to do is unpack, go to where I've shown you where the coordinates are for the camera itself, and then just change some numbers. See how it works. Keep playing with it until you get it right. It's literally, you can blunt force trauma it. No front badge. The front lower section is way too detailed and deep. I feel that's more of an 80s sort of thing to be this big. And usually these were a lot more narrow down here, I suppose. This indenting into here means that you didn't set this to be on a layer above here, so you've accidentally got a bit of overlap there. I do see that you've gone like a trim line here. That's rather nice. Pretty good, except usually... trim lines could go in like that, I suppose. Your target top is fine. Is this meant to be the target top in the rear here? If so, cool. Angled aerial like that, I don't think that happened in the 70s and 80s. I think they all went with straight up vertical aerials until like in the 90s when they were going for that sort of, oh, everything needs to be streamlined sort of thing. It's super easy, barely an inconvenience. At my level, yes, I would consider an interior camera barely an inconvenience. But then again, I'm getting to the level where putting in a steering wheel that moves can be done in a matter of like less than 10 minutes, if I'm lucky. And I've done it right. I thought it was harder than that. No, it's actually rather simple to do a camera. So as for design, I think I've torn it apart a lot. This thing is also probably going to have a front indicator frontwards of the front axle in this time period. And when we get into like 80s and 90s, I believe there was a regulation change around at some point, which moved a lot of indicators back here. I think the other thing they did is they wrapped indicators around the corner. So you do need a side indicator at this time period. He's had enough, Phil, stop. Ruben's not even here. Oh, really? What? What are we talking about? Welcome to the stream. Can't you submit a car with multiple versions? I've made a car with a detuned Nord life. One car per submission, please. If you submit more than one car in a submission, and your car isn't at the top of the list, I will probably skip it for something else, or I will pick for you one car, and I will only review that one car. Switching an interior camera is tight. In interior cameras? What? No, keep going. Bumper no wraparounds, the side. That was kind of a much of a muchness. There were a few cars that didn't have wraparound bumpers, but you are right. There probably would have been a wraparound bumper at least a little bit. Hey Phil, I'm in a school trip to Paris right now. I hope you're well. Oh! Congratulations, Jumbo Jacob, getting to go to Paris. I think I flew over Paris once. On like we got a weird deal. Because I'm half Canadian, we would go to Canada quite often. And I think once, I could be wrong, I think we went over Paris once. I don't know. I'm like 700 hours into making cars, and aside from... Sorry about that. Oh, but now my voice is completely gone. Aside from being bad at it, node stuff for beamng is... Oh my god, my voice is gone. It's still a struggle. Node editing stuff, but I can see how it's getting easier the more I do it. Fair enough. What the hell has happened to my voice now? I'm not able to fix it without help from Discord. Oh my god. please, voice. Give me a second. How's my voice now? Okay. Alright, I think my voice is a little bit better now. I remember my first camera shaking like crazy. If you've moved your camera a lot, which usually you don't need to do, adding some extra connector nodes can help. Yeah, the camera itself strangely interacts with the collision mesh, just relocate a bit. To the person going to Paris, as a French, I am from South, wherever that is better. I am definitely not biased because it's next to my city. Oh, okay then. I see a little bit of pride, national pride. Can we get an F of Phil's voice in chat? Damn it. I got a fake GTA 6 ad. What? A fake GTA 6 ad? Have you got a link to that? Can I see that? As a first person, I ain't a fan of France at all. As a British colony, and being half Canadian, I am also not a huge fan of French things sometimes. Their food a lot I like. I like some of their culture, but a lot of it I don't. And most of it stems around their, I think I can probably count on my fingers the amount of French people I've ever met in my life. Probably 2 of them were nice. The rest of them had an attitude about them. Thanks, Firebird. I think it was a matter of nodes. It was linked to... Yeah. F. Illman86. I think this is part of the sickness that I'm having. Then let's go into the interior, since you wanted me to rip them apart a little bit more. Those door handles are not 70s door handles. If they were, they would probably be chrome or black painted. Probably black painted, to be honest. Going into the interior, we have... Okay. Your steering wheel is a little bit low and a little bit far away. If your knees are going to be here, you're going to have to, like, put your legs down like that, and then, like, angle them up. That is just... have the steering wheel basically point towards the steering axle. That's a good rule of thumb for older vehicles. But as you can see, your legs are going to be here. So the bottom of your leg is in line with the steering wheel still. So yeah, you're going to have massive leg problems. I need to sniff something chronic. And it's going to be gross. I'm going to mute. Yuck. In Spain, people aren't too fond of the French either. I'm guessing that's because they shared a border for like a millennium. When I tried to put an interior camera by moving the hood camera to the headrest and the problem with it shaking, but I connected the seat nodes and it was holding onto those. It's too rigid? Oh. Those handles fit a 2000 Japanese style car better. Fair enough. Sniff chromatic? Oh dear. Probably not. As I said, with the interior, way too shiny. Everything else looks okay. Going for a 2-seater. Engine was too big, I think. Yeah, I felt that the engine was too big for this engine bay. But, I don't know. That's not too much to complain about. I did also talk about the single-point fuel injection on a twin-cam engine. Let's see how this car drives. That's a lot of power. And it gets to 100 in a decent time. We are going a little bit downhill. I don't know what time that exactly was. But, it did feel very fast. I would expect this car to probably cost the equivalent of about $50,000, $12, maybe $40,000. I gotta admit, I don't like the French people, but the North aren't much more welcome here. In the South, it's special to say, at least. Really? Everything else is okay unless you actually want to open a window. You saying that it should be like a pillarless in the 70s? I don't know about that. Oh, brakes! Ah! Also, the tires and wheels, as I said, completely unrealistic for the time period. Oh, you're saying that they don't have a window? Oh, you're right. That window wind. Oh my god. How did I miss that? What is that? That is completely wrong. You can't wind that. Nice spot on that one. Does it have any crank to open the window? That's... ugh. Big yikes. This thing is very fast. And very peppy. Please only be a 4-speed in the 70s. Please don't be a 5-speed. Because if that's a 4-speed, it's also like the gear ratios are wrong. The 4th always needs to be treated, or like your final gear always needs to be treated like an overdrive gear for coasting along. Is there another gear? Let's go into manual. There is. There's 5 speeds in this. Okay, this car had better cost over $50,000. I always feel like something's missing on a road car without number plates. Yeah, a little bit, but I'm fine with that. Like you can crank the window, that's it? What? I don't know what you mean. You're confusing me, bro. Brakes seem okay. This vehicle is too prone to oversteer. As a fun car, this is really fun. But as a road car in the 70s, this thing would be considered a Dennis? A menace to society. A Dennis the Menace to society. Is that a window crank or an emergency hammer to smash the window? I almost felt like it might actually be like some sort of weird electric window winder, where they made it look like an old school window winder, where you like press it up or down to move the window up and down, to help that transition period of the normal Luddite that can't understand things that are different. I often don't put plates on cars, just an empty placeholder. Yeah, that's generally what I do. I put the space for it though, usually. This car, bro. All of these errors. Now, I will say that I do actually like the design of this car. It's a little bit missing that indicator, and maybe a little bit of side quarter detail. Mud flaps. Doesn't have mud flaps. That's also another thing. Let's go ahead and give this thing a fill score. Styling. It's pretty good. There's only a few things missing. I don't agree with this. That looks weird anyway, even if it was time accurate. Rear spoiler sort of thing. I don't know. Also doesn't match the body lines. This weird wraparound. I know that's automation, so I get that you haven't bothered to fix that. This looks kind of weird. The eye shape that goes around the taillights. But still not the worst thing in the world. I do like that you put in a little bit of extra detail there. That looks kind of cool. Before you ask, yes, it has J-beam editing. Just the audio, right? Mud flaps would have been awesome in this car. Yeah, mud flaps would have looked good. I'm gonna go with a 7 on that one. It's fairly good. I think it is a fairly sort of timeless sort of design, even if not accurate. We'll take that out of its realism and je ne sais quoi, though. I need to sniff again. I must be sick. Ugh, gross. Acceleration. Let's, take this to here. I'm just gonna bring out the performance timer. I'm just gonna leave it on screen. God damn. Whoops. Okay. UI apps. I hate the look of this app though. It just looks really ugly. Vehicle keys. You know what? Let's put that up there. Keep it out of the way. If it's less than 10, this thing is almost a supercar. This thing is a supercar. That's coming out of its realism score. Acceleration, then. Let's give that a 6. Handling. Give that 7. It's fairly good. Actually, you know what? We'll give that a 6 because it is prone to oversteer, but we'll give it a higher fun score. The cool factor. I'm assuming a lot of people are going to love this car, so the cool factor could stay up at about an 8. It's not the most, like, illustrious looking car, so I can't really go much higher than that. It's no, I can't think of the car, but that, like, British weird car thing. They made a 4-wheel drive version of it as well. It was weird. Audio. I believe the tire grippiness? They changed the tire grippiness? Come on. And custom rear lights. Really? Oh, custom rear lights. Oh, the orientation of them. Okay, then. They didn't fix the pinkness of it, though. Trackability. Ooh. I know, I feel this one is not really great for track. It's good for track drifting. So we'll go with a 6 on that one. I'm in the wrong place. 6, there we go. Features. Being a 1970s car, it's probably not going to be particularly great. What we have, AC, no radio. Give that feature a 1. Comfort. What's the price of this car? Wrong car. There we go. Oh, this is German. For some reason, I forgot and thought it was English again. Where's the like button? I want me to hit. Ruben, powered by a 2.4-liter inline 6 pushing 157 German horses. That is incredibly fast for only 157 horses. That's also incredibly a decent amount of power. Power and agile around the corners, JBM audio, nothing else. But they have done those lights, as you said. Cost $24,000, and is an 8 out of 10 in my books. Fun. I hope to have fun. You have fun with it too. I gave it an 8 for fun factor. Comfort. Since it is $24,000, not going to be the greatest seats, and that's also going to come out of its quality as well. What's the stiffness of the suspension? Wow, that suspension is very stiff. What's the body roll side to side? Not a lot. In the 70s, body roll was still a major proponent of making cars. This thing, yeah, not great on track work. Great for fun, though. Yeah, I feel that this thing... I don't know, maybe it is German, so the body roll is fine. But Germans don't make the most comfortable cars, so let's give it a 5 out of 10. Quality. Now, this is 70s Germany. So this is before they started to become absolutely hot garbage. But this is cheap German, but expensive car. So they've gone to an expensive car made cheaply in Germany. I'm guessing it's not going to be great. Let's go with like a 6 on that one. It's not going to be great feeling, but the build quality will probably be fine enough. Anyways, I like the Renaults. Okay, then. Welcome Not a Thing to the stream. German 70 Sports. It's right-hand drive. What? Brought to England. I'm assuming. A lot of German cars sold in England. Alright, gotta go. Gotta drive 400 kilometers tomorrow. Good luck, Crownless. Don't crash. Take plenty of breaks. They don't have to be big breaks. Just pull over, stretch your legs, shake your head a little bit, whatever it is you want to do. Just so then you can get like a fresh bit of mind and then get back into driving. Especially if you're tired, do take longer breaks. Trust me. It's not worth it. You could just be late and miss whatever it is. It is more better, great English here, than crashing and not making it. So, practicality. Let's give it a quick refresh. Only 2 seats. It is hatchback, so you can do quite a bit there. The unfortunate thing is it's only really suitable to paraplegics that are missing their legs. So I don't know if this is really that practical. It's practical for them, but nobody else. But then there's pedals on the floor, so you're like taunting them, which is unfortunate. I wouldn't taunt a disabled person unless we had a really good friendship. I also feel like chassis tunnel sort of things were a lot narrower in the 70s. I don't know. Like a 5, no, we'll give it a 4, because it's still only 2-seater. Though, being hatchback, you can fit quite a bit in. And also, being rather small, easy to park. Value. I don't know, probably seems fine. We'll go like a 7 on that one. They're probably rather cheap still. Ongoing cost, being German, if it was sold here in Australia, it would be absolutely phenomenally overpriced. I'm assuming it's also not great on fuel, so we're going to go something like a 5 on that one. Because I'm assuming it's also not the worst car in the world. J-beam editing. Give it like a 2. You've done very simple stuff. Because you've also changed the taillights. Even though you said you didn't do that, I don't believe that is a default layout. Does activating the speed limit on the car's files make the car run out of power or speed at the normal? I know, it's been a while since I've used it, but it just kind of felt like the thing ran into, like, increased aero drag as it reached towards that sort of thing. That's what it felt like. Would I buy it? Yeah, I probably would. The je ne sais quoi factor. I'll give it a 3. No, we'll give it a 6. There is actually a lot to like here, but it could have been better. And realism and commonality. This thing is basically a supercar at not supercar prices, and I cannot get over that. Like, what was, when was the Ferrari 308? 1975 to 1985. 0 to 100. 5.8 seconds. This thing is, like, really close to that. And cost a hell of a lot more. So I'm gonna give it, like, a 3 on that. Doesn't feel like it's the most realistic. And 86, best score in the world. Perfecto? Sure. Whatever medication Perfecto is. Perfectamundo. Mwah, love it. I hope you like that, Ruben. I've given you the best score possible ever. Side indicators, please. Let's move on to the next car. It is, it looks like they've got it on Jungle Rock Island, so let's do the same and take it to Jungle Rock Island. Jungle Rock Island, please. Oh, there we go, Jungle Rock Island. And it looks like it's around hill somewhere, right? Where is this? Come on, beamng. Look up the Renault 17. All right, we got a bit of time. Let's have a look at that. Oh, interesting. I almost like that. It's kind of like a lamp. Oh, no. I've just seen it from the side. That is... Ugh. And then the rear end. It's more the side that's really throwing me off, but the back end isn't great. It looks like a cross between a Lancia and an Alfa Romeo. Unless this one came first, and the Alfa Romeo and Lancia people saw it and went, you know what, I can do that, but make it look good. Oh. No. No, from the front, it almost looks good, except for the fact it pinches in a little too much for my liking. But I do generally like the front end of the car. Yeah, I believe this is kind of the area where we were. So let's bring out the Mantis. That's half fastback, a little bit. Paul, what's your favorite car in the beamng stock? You mean out of normal beamng cars? Well, here's the thing. beamng devs don't really know how to make anything other than, like, older muscle cars. They do better on some hatchback cars, but I don't really drive their cars. I do like the Widgeon, though it sucks. I don't know, I don't think I have a particular like of any of their cars. I don't think beamng make good cars. I do like the look of the Civetta Bolide a lot. Like, a lot of these do look really freaking gorgeous. Especially, like, the no bumper design on that one. Ooh, so good. The BMW... it's like an ugly version of the 180SX. Like, not really ugly, just, like, not as good looking. It's like, have you ever seen identical twins? None of them are actually really 100% identical. But, like, the ones that are, like, close... You can tell that one of the identical twins is better looking than the others. I would say that that is the less looking of the twins compared to a 180SX. I believe in America you call them 240SXs, but yeah, you get the idea. I don't know. Oh! No, the Autobella Piccolino. My favorite car. Especially the 150 Crosstrack. That's my favorite car. My favorite cars to play in any sort of racing sim games? GT3. But I would like to play some GT1 now. You like the back? I like the everything. This guy's just cool. There's just so much here for me to like. I almost forgot about a very important thing. Make sure to... Thanks, Space Warrior, telling to leave a like. Oops, apparently we're in slow motion. Oh my god. This thing is brutal. Ah! Too short of a wheelbase. Let's try that again, shall we? This thing actually, surprisingly, has very conforming suspension. I was really expecting them to have, like, rock-solid suspension, but this thing is gliding over the jankiness of these roads rather easily. This is also like a particularly hard map to drive on, especially if you're driving one that has this much power and torque. Oh god damn it! Get out of the ditch! This car looks amazing. I missed the car presentation earlier. Ah, fair enough. I must go now. It's 2 a.m. It's almost 2 a.m. for me too. I just want to say my car may have a few mistakes and may not be that accurate. If it's more Japanese muscle car girl take what? It was more to see if I could make a Japanese car as I am a muscle car girl. Take care. Interesting concept of Japanese muscle car. Usually the Japanese, when copying other countries' sports cars, they went more for British cars because they were smaller. I think the only time I can think of personally when they tried to copy, like old school, an American vehicle for muscle car likeness, or sports car likeness, would have been the Toyota Celica RA something, I don't know. The one that looked like the fastback Mustang. Alright, getting into a little bit more of an open road again, thank god. The suspension is unfortunately just a little too solid. Also, this thing having ABS, I probably wouldn't have put ABS on a custom one-off car unless you're like really seriously worried about like making the car really good for like government regulations maybe or something like that, or you just want it to be safer, all that sort of stuff. Otherwise, this is cumbersome to engineer and expensive. Oh god! Little bit understeery there, but that's fine. Let's take this to like a less harsh map to drive on, where I can actually drive it really super hard with my limited skill. And then we'll also give it a bit of a drag strip taste as well. I noticed everyone left after I finished Ruben's car as well. Harsh bud, bro. I think we're like half the amount of viewers we had before. Oh great, that's right, I cleared off. What the hell is that? Oh, it looked like a loop-de-loop from a distance, but it was actually just a small loop. Closer. Alright. Which one are we on? Oh yeah, that's right. We're on the Mantis, whatever this was. Let's also check out the exhaust. Yep, it's popping out, and it's got some really cool popping sounds as well. Remember the interior view is glorious? Yeah, I'm guessing for like a steering wheel sort of rig setup, it would be pretty good. But we're not doing that right now. A little bit of understeer there. But I'm assuming you had, to do that because this thing with such a short wheelbase and such high power and rear-wheel drive that it was prone to oversteer. Have you also edited the grip levels of the tires? This doesn't feel like normal tires. Like what it's missing is like slip angle. Because yeah, once you start going sideways, such a short wheelbase makes this thing absolutely garbage. Cascade Freak, is it? Yeah, it's thank you, Cascade Freak. Lost another viewer, though, in that amount of time. No tire grip editing? Oh, okay, then. Weird. Is it really light? What is the weight of this thing? It's just shy of a ton. Central brake lock on the back of the seat is glorious. Oh, it is! Nice! Well done. Alright, let's do one drag strip, then we'll do a little bit of first-person driving. Come on, beamng. God, beamng sucks. You know what, yeah, let's give it a drag. What do we want to put this up against? Let's go with, like, I think what is that fastest drag car in the default game? Which I believe is this? Unless it's, like, the new Civetta, I'm not sure. That steering wheel seat space mini guide criticism helped me quite a bit. Oh, good, okay. I hate Mosquito in North Dakota. They are... Yeah, I do not envy mosquito season either here in South Australia. The suspension is very sloppy. Well, we're faster than them. Did I press the wrong button? I think I did. There we go. Yeah, we are much faster than them. Maybe that's not the right vehicle. Anyway. Did a 12-second. That's pretty good. Exit the mission. Let's go do some first-person driving. Yeah, I feel that being in like a, what do you call it? Race rig would make this a lot better. Oh, you got kilometers and miles per hour in there. Interesting. I'm assuming what you did then was grab a off-the-shelf thing. I'm assuming also with the copious amounts of drag caused by this body, it'll probably struggle to reach 200 kilometers an hour. This thing probably has so much drag, unless it has over 600 horsepower. I just saw the gear lever move as well. You see the pedals moving. Oh, it's a sequential shifter. Yep. Okay, that's the sequential shifter. Nice. Is it... It does have a clutch, so this is the old school sequential. Is there a way to bring back the old school sequential without having to edit the JV? On the two-car brand in Liechtenstein. You know, Liechtenstein makes cars? Oh, interesting. I also made it to top around 230 because of drag. I'll top out around 230 because of drag. Also, isn't Liechtenstein a tax haven? I'm surprised that they make cars there. But if they were to make cars, it would probably be supercars, right? This thing understeers sometimes. But I'm assuming you have to do that to not have the oversteer issue that comes with such a short wheelbase rear-wheel drive and buttloads of power. Turn! This thing sometimes just doesn't like to turn. And you really do struggle to drift it as well. Now, because this is not a road car, I'm not going to give it a full fill score. I'm just going to give it a simplified fill score. And I'm going to start justifying it right now. Because this one's going to be a high simplified fill score. I do like that. I would have thought that these would have been horizontally aligned. Anyway, aside from that, there's a lot of cool detail in here. I'm thinking like a 9.6 or 9.7 sort of area out of 10. I am liking this one a lot. Or I could give it the best score of all time, which is an 8 out of 10. Welcome, Doomplays. How's it going? Also made it, read that one already. One of these cars from the design is ugly. Working shifters and paddles, nice. Is it possible to animate the gear shifter in H pattern? Yes, it is. I missed like half the string. I think you've missed more than half, right? You have missed a little over half the string. Because you also missed all the intro. Out of 10, Phil's voice. Perfect. Perfect. Anyway, the design is really cool. The hood seems a little bit flat. I feel like there should have been some sort of like angry details on the hood, maybe. I would have loved if this had been like, I know this is meant to look a little bit maybe like a skull. If you had made this look more like a skull, that would have been great. Like the nose there with like the nose cut out sort of shape. The headlights for eyes and this almost looking like a mouth here. I think that could have been a cool little detailed ad. Probably wouldn't have netted you more score, but there's a lot here to like. Kind of want to bump this up maybe to like a straight 9.7. So you haven't gone like full. You don't have fully custom everything. Like you don't have lifting suspension, like low riders. You don't have opening doors, all that sort of stuff. So I can't give you like the maximum score, but I'm giving you a pretty freaking high score. I may have forgotten to submit the Saber. Don't know of which you are speaking of. Yeah, it is possible, but I only managed to make it work in one direction as a sequential as well. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't think of that. That would have been great giving it a face. Oh, is that not actually meant to be a face? I thought that was meant to be a skull. Like, because, you know... Like, you got the big sort of nose cavity. That's not really a great size of a picture to look at. Yeah, I thought that's maybe what that was kind of going for. What is that actually meant to be then? Oh, that's a dragon head in a triangle? Oh, so the triangle is upside down. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I really do like this a lot. Saber from GTA 5? What? Is that the tractor body? Apparently it is. I mean, I can kind of see it a little bit. It's really hard to tell. I thought this was the 70s tractor. This is the 50s tractor. Okay. I think you probably would have done a better job on the 70s tractor body, because that one has a lot more angry lines and everything. Well, it is a face, but I didn't think of making it straight up a skull. Fair enough. Okay. This is cool. I like this. Yeah, so you do also have handling issues, but that's to be expected from like a short production run. Probably the sort of thing you bring out for like events, and that'd probably be about it for the most part, because that is not a comfortable car to drive. Super wicked tracker nonetheless. Yeah, I agree. This thing is really cool for what it is. Would make all the neighbors jealous. I really think it would too. It would also annoy them every single time you turn it on, because they'd be like, oh god, I'm going deaf again this weekend. Let's bring out this car. I kind of want to... How much power does this have? Oh, that's right, this is the Boxer. Oh look, they've got animated steering wheel. That's the wrong button. They do have animated gauges as well. And an interesting looking gauge cluster that comes out and they have glass wrap around it. Weird. Let's go 0 to 100. Ooh. That bugginess off the line. Oh, you have to ride the clutch quite hard, but beamng doesn't do that by default. 0 to 100 is 11.1 seconds. That is really fast. Let's go to user interface. No. Gameplay? Where's gameplay? There it is. Clutch assistant. I don't like to do clutching with a whatchamacallit? Nope, that was no good. There we go. I don't like to do clutch with a controller. And that time, 9.47 seconds. Unrealistically powerful. Do you know South Africa makes cars? Yes, I've had people tell me that before. It's probably you. Well, thank you for the review and the lesson on suspension and the skull input. Fair enough. It didn't need to be a skull. I just thought that that's kind of what you're going for. Because it looked pretty cool. Welcome, Flamesy. How's it going, Brian? Was that the music that just made that clicking sound? That was weird. It is the music doing that, okay. Weird characteristics on handling. It feels like it starts by going into oversteer, but doesn't actually keep going into oversteer. Does this have semi-trailing arm? Yeah, alright. That's indicative of semi-trailing arm. The plants say no. What? So you can see there's like prone to oversteer, but then we'll come in later on. Let's actually have a bit of a look here. I want to get a bit of a read. MGB rear suspension. So, the MGB came with leaf springs. And the, what was it, the Sunbeam? Rear suspension was also a solid axle. So neither of these came with it. What is the price of said car? Where is said car? Here we go. 1957 definitely probably wouldn't have been that sort of suspension. $29,500. Oh. I think their conversion rates are wrong. Yeah, I feel that's way off. Like, really, really off. 100 horsepower, 6,000 RPM. 6,000 RPM back then? No. That's unlikely for a road car. At least one that's not, like, super expensive. I hope I can get a Sabre Turbo submitted. Oh, the Sabre Turbo. Now I remember. I'm having problems understanding how to upload the zip file to Google. Can anyone help? Yeah, maybe ask on the, Discord. Also, welcome, DKM, to the stream. How's it going? This is a nice little car to have a bit of fun in. We'll take it to the hills in a second. Prone to oversteer. Massive lift-off oversteer. Then again, this is 1950s, so making a car safe was more about making it heavier than anything else. I do also like the fact that they haven't decided to put on headrests, which would have been highly inaccurate for this era. This is a fun little car. I feel it has too much power, though. Being, what, British? What did they say? On the MG Mark III Midget. Oh, that's what it was. I thought it looked a little bit like an MG. Except your grill is way off. Really? This is the later ones. The 0 to 100 is 9.1 seconds. Okay. Oh, that's 80 kilometers an hour. 60 miles per hour, 13.1 seconds. That sounds more like it. Yeah, they went from kilometers to miles per hour. That's what threw me off. Why the hell are you doing things out of order, website? Yeah, I feel that this thing is way too fast. What is the weight? No, not weight. Sorry. It's running an Austin engine, right? Oh, there we go. In 1962, it was increased, raising it to 56. So this thing would have had half the amount of power that they brought it with, which they said was 100 horsepower. That is probably more than double this thing would have come with in the 1950s. This thing probably would have had 40 to 50 horsepower. Hey, Julian's back. How's it going? Alright. Fine enough. Little bit like a tepid oversteer. Maybe a little too much due to the thing. Let's have a look at the MG. No, that's not what I want. No, that's not right. Let's close some of these off. Renault 17, don't need that. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. There we go, that's the one we wanted. Rear suspension. Images. A solid rear axle. I thought so. So, independent rear suspension, probably a no-go on this one. Also, I don't know if there would have been a sill here. That probably would have been like body, right? Yeah, as you can see, the hood connect, like cover area, like wraps right up around the seats. We get a better image here. There's even like an open area there on this particular image. You can see here as well. Also goes up and doesn't really have this gap here. I don't know what you particularly want to do, if you want to fix that up or not. Or, like, not do that again next time. It's up to you. But usually there's, like, interior all the way up to the convertible rooftop. There's usually not a bit of bodywork and then the convertible place-in area. I don't know why they haven't done that, but I don't think I've ever seen it before. Okay, apparently I'm getting rickrolled in the chat by not a thing. Let's give this thing a bit of a Phil Hill drive and see what this thing is like to hill climb. If only beamng knew how to control a frickin' manual gearbox. Oh my god, beamng, please. Alright, bringing it down. The first tricky braking section. Oh, well, it's still okay. So the problem with that particular corner, if you're going with a much less tractionable sort of vehicle like this, is the fact that you're going to be braking downhill whilst also having to curve a little bit to the side, which is like the culmination of all things that cause unwanted oversteer. Whoopsie daisies. Anyway, this thing is problematic to drive. Let's call it that. They also didn't have a vent on the front, but still, I do like the addition of the vent. Yeah, you're not going to get a great fill score on the realism factor because of the whole boxer engine and everything. Styling. I mean, I like it, but it's no supercar, but it is rather cool. A lot of kids are going to be like, wow, but you plug that next to a Countach, and kids are going to be like, woo! And a lot of people that don't know cars, they're going to, like, probably overlook this one most of the time for the supercar. I'm still going to give it, like, a 6. I don't like the front grille. The front grille is just a little bit gopping. in my opinion. That sort of thing. Let's go ahead and give the acceleration like a 7. No, wait, it was 9. 5. It's like in that middling sort of time period, that period where it's like between 7 seconds and 11 seconds kind of time. Handling. It's fairly good, but it's a little bit prone to oversteer. We'll give that a 6. Fun factor, we'll give it an 8. Cool factor, we'll give it a 9 because it is a small British convertible. Trackability, give that a 4 because it is a little bit dangerous. Features, quite expensive, but still only the features of a 50s. God! So we got the features of extra dials and gauges. Now this is the gauge cluster I was seeing that I probably didn't do a good job of explaining what I was looking at there. That's pretty cool how they've done that. So it's got the features of a convertible, along with the features of a radio. Do they have... No, they haven't animated their gear stick. But then again, I don't think I've ever bothered. I did it like once and was like, I'm never doing this again. Features, 1. Comfort. 3. It's very small. You don't expect comfort from these sorts of cars. Quality. It's British. It's old. So neither of those are going to be working towards it. Let's go with 2 on that one. Practicality. You know what, actually, let's go 1 on that one. It's very old British. Like, you're going to need to be repairing that probably every single time you want to take it out, probably. And you're not going to be taking it out very often because you're mostly going to be spending a lot of time repairing it. I'm not being mean to these cars, but that's a lot of what you hear about these cars. Like, if you make it to your location, you've had a good day, sort of thing. No handbrake? What the hell am I looking at? Anyway, practicality of said car. It is small and easy to park, but it only has 2 seats. So let's give it a score of 2. You know what, actually, a score of 2 for 2 seats and 1 more for being, yeah. Except then again, it's convertible, and convertibles are less practical because they're easier to steal. So let's go back down to a 2 on that one. In fact, I almost want to reduce it to a 1. Now, we'll leave it on a 2. Value. I'm assuming these things are not greatly priced. We'll get that about a 6. Ongoing costs. Fuel is probably not going to... Oh, you know what? It is 100 horsepower from the 50s. So, ongoing costs are probably going to be somewhere around a 2. Lots of replacing and having to have, like, work done on them. Fixing rust, stuff like that. What's happening in the chat? I don't understand anymore. You guys are weird. Stop it. J-beam editing. Is it steering wheel and that? What about the sound? Standard sounds. They've done an interior camera. They've done a lot of stuff which is really starting to get them into it. What's the collision mesh looking like? It's fine. Let's go with a 5 on that one. No, let's go with 6 on that one. That one is actually, like, it's extensively done. They've done a lot more than what most people do. Would I buy it? Yes, because I would also buy an MG. And even though I've never heard of the MG Mark III Midget, I would probably buy one of those as well. But they're just kind of out of my price range. Let's actually... Second. That was a mistake. Alright, MGB. Didn't need to be caps. I don't know why it was always caps. Let's go with price cheapest. Alrighty, what do we... Okay, none of these are actually... Category. Cars and vehicles. Cars, vans, and utes. 29 of them. That sounds more like it. $12,000 is the cheapest. Oh my god, that looks cool. They've just taken a really good picture there. I like that. 17,000 for running ones. Yeah, that's to be expected. Is that the end of the music? Wow, we've gone through that music again? Wow, we have played so much music today. Okay, no, we haven't actually. What happened is YouTube... I've been logged out of YouTube. Am I still on the internet? What's happening? What the hell was that? Can somebody put something in chat to see if chat still works? That is very loud. No, can't listen to this guy. God, there's a lot from him. There we go. There we go. Okay. Is chat working? It seems like chat is working. For some reason, I just got logged out of YouTube. That was weird. Anyway, we don't have any of those. Probably not in my price range. What are we looking at here for streams? We're up to a score of 65 and only 2 categories left. Good, okay. The je ne sais quoi factor. I think that's fairly high, but a lot of it is going to be taken away from that, like, not very good grill and the fact that you haven't done the number plates properly. You know what, actually, I'll probably have to refresh my entire chat, right? Oh, okay. You guys were writing in the chat. It just didn't update. Sorry about that. A weird thing just happened. I don't know what happened. I'm going to check my Gmail. Did somebody try to access my account? No. Alright. I do not know what just happened. So MGBs over here started £7,900. Ones for 8,000 to 9,000 pounds, etc. Fair enough. What were we doing? We were in the middle of giving this thing a score. The je ne sais quoi factor. I feel it's decent enough. Oh, is that euro? Sorry, euros, not pounds. Pounds are like that L, cursive L thing. I feel a lot of it is already done here, but we're going to give that like a fairly high one. No, actually, let's get that a 6. And then for realism and commonality, let's go like a 2 on that. Let's go also here, engine. Yeah, as you can see, it's a little inline 4, not a flat boxer engine. A score of 73, not bad. And now, because I had to refresh, we have to clear out all of these. The hell is this music? Dread Forest? Oh my god, it got rid of all my playlist stuff. Move. Funky. Apply. Page 2. Let's go to about here. That'll do. Google. What just happened? What, the song? I don't know. Some sort of like creepy weird song. Next car is... we got 2 very similar cars now. Mostly probably because I believe they both have the same body. Anyway. If you're on the market for something like an MGB, but more on a budget, consider the MG Midget. They're usually considerably less than half the price of a good MGB. I doubt that they're any cheaper here. Yeah, 16. The cheapest one is $15,000. So it's a little bit different in Australia. Let's actually just go MG blanket. Most cheapest are probably going to be like the newer cars. Let's So let's go with year to... Let's go like 2002. So probably the 90s ones are probably going to be the cheapest. So cheapest. $7,000, $5,000 for like the MGFs, which is one that I have. MGB is the cheapest. What the hell? Am I missing something? Where'd the other MG go? The MGBs and whatnot. Let's go here. Switch that to MG. Get rid of that MG. We're still at 22 cars. So people have categorized their cars wrong, unfortunately. Oh, silly people, will they ever learn? Oh, it does go brap. 7,500 RPM. Can I make a Ford GT40? I don't really do requests, but those are the sorts of things I might do in the future. Triangle Engine Boy. Oh, what? They start at $30,000 here? Oh, sorry, $3,000 here. Okay, then. MGF is the same as the 90s Lotus Elan, or are they entirely different? Oh, no, they are entirely different cars. They just have very similar statistics. The same engine at the beginning of the Elise, at least, not the Elan. The Elan is a very different car. I meant the Elise. But the Elise was a much better car in pretty much every way. Except maybe comfort. Hopefully this thing has like really gutless torque. It's maybe a little too loud. I've been in rotaries before, like old rotaries, like the S1 RX-7, and they were not this loud. This is obnoxiously loud. But I know that what you were doing is modding, so you like created your own thing. I get it. A little too prone to oversteer. Serious Man 86. Him, Phil. This car is doing a non-stop raspberry. A little bit, that's kind of what it sounds like. I do agree with that way of Vixen. Pruny, welcome back to the stream. Dorito engine? Yeah, a little bit Dorito-y. Lick your fingers after working on the engine. Get that dust off. I do love Doritos. I just don't have them very often. Whoa, nice drift. This thing is a little too prone to oversteer, unfortunately. Yeah, you got weird suspension. Something in the suspension is... like, it sometimes wants to oversteer and sometimes it wants to understeer. beamng, be better at controlling gearboxes, please. Save money on developers modeling cars and spend it on people that know how to code things. We have a solid axle leaf. It's weird suspension, it's just not acting right. I see people change the engine sounds a lot, but then don't edit the sound parameters. Yeah, it's fair enough. Dorito engine, the only engine that blows the apex seals by the dozen. That's really on the older engines, if you don't look after them, much like you have to add oil to a car. They're not actually that bad, really. They just copped a bad rap because some people didn't look after them well. Kind of like early turbo cars. People thought that early turbo cars were garbage, but that's because they didn't maintain them properly. Back in the day, they didn't know that you just reduce the compression ratio or have better fuel injection systems to make turbo engines work better. So what they did is they made you add an extra fluid to it, which was a marketing ploy, or there was water injection, which would help remove detonation from early turbo engines. But a lot of people let that slide, which then blew up the engines. And people thought, oh, turbo engines, that's a byword for garbage. And that mentality took probably until the late 90s, mid-2000s sort of time period to actually go away. I can remember most of my life thinking that turbo cars were just terrible, not realizing that that was just what the Americans did. And similar thing with the rotary engines. Just look after them, You do have to replace the apex seals occasionally, but then again on older cars, there was a lot of tear-down builds that you would have to do anyway, eventually. Engine sound editing scares you? Yeah. I and, whatchamacallit, Ruben, I don't know how my brain failed on that, both have tutorials on very simple editing. All you have to do is change one little bit of code, and that's it, and you get to pick your engine sound. What is the overrating engine ever? Are you trying to ask what is the most overrated engine ever? Do you think Rotary have a chance in this decade? Unfortunately, we're kind of getting pushed out with fuel regulations. And the fact that they are just less common, less liked. So I don't know if a company could make a good income off of it. Especially after the RX-8. What a fumble that was. Sports cars don't do very well. But the rotary engine is really only good for sports cars. Light sports cars. So what they did is they put together a weird, I don't like it, sorry, four-door weird thing with the wrong engine. And the car didn't sell very well. And they said, oh, well, that's it. No more rotaries. What the hell? I don't think, unless there's like a small niche manufacturer, I don't think there's ever going to be a rotary vehicle ever again. Like, it would have to be a company like Vanderhall to do it. But I don't know if Vanderhall is going to invest so much into it. What they could do potentially is maybe ask Mazda to do a production run on their old rotary engines, maybe. But they're just, with cars getting so much heavier these days, rotaries are making less and less sense. And twin turbos too? What are we talking about? Oh yeah, twin turbos did a complicated sound thing. I was talking about simplified. So that's why I didn't really include twin turbos as one there. This is a lot more custom. And adjusting volume is really easy, as simple as one line below. Have they gone back to making it simple? Because they broke it for a while. I don't think the RX-8 was developed fully by Mazda. It was by Ford, I think. Really? Oh, okay. Well, it's still Mazda's decision to release it. What a big bungle that was. The day I learned the RX-8 had rear doors, I thought of it a quirk of the design, but no. I thought it looked too much like a sedan. Like the other rotaries that we think of are all two-seaters and two doors. Sorry, two doors and 2+2s and stuff like that. Not like a four-door, which is a lot more rare. I immediately, when I saw that, went, nobody's going to want to buy this. Now, a lot more people than what I thought actually bought it. So I can't really talk too much. But I wasn't entirely wrong in saying that that was like kind of the death nail for that sort of car. I also at the time didn't know that it was like licensing, which is why a lot of other companies didn't bother to do it. I wish automation, I don't know if beamng... What? I wish automation, I don't know if beamng... What are you talking about? You like the RX-8? I think it's interesting. I mean, I would own one. But do I think it's a great car? No. Not even close. I think having a rotary might be good for space-saving measures in something like an LPG city car. I've never heard of an LPG rotary car. I wish automation, I don't know if beamng has that fixture, but I wish they had the VR, maybe the Dorito, as well as the... What? That didn't make entire sense. I think I know what you're trying to say, but I don't think you understand how automation and beamng work, if I'm correct, so I'm just gonna hold off on judgment on that. Let's go in. This is the engine that they have. They made this, out of 3D fixtures. So don't ever say, oh, but it doesn't have a rotary engine option. And they went ahead and made one. Add the VR engine. Sure. LPG conversion on rotary engines is possible, but requires a custom aftermarket fuel pump. I'd assume that much. More is like rotary engines are not really the sort of engine you would have for fuel efficiency. And they're low on torque and bad emissions-wise. So what you're going to do is make it less power, less torque, and slightly less efficient, and go with an LPG engine. See kind of the issue here? They're not high-powered engines to start with. Let's go back to simpler times. Let Fiat and the rest revive the old two-cylinder engines. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point we will see another two-cylinder engine. I mean, we saw it in, whatever that Indian car. Was it? India. Where is that, like, really cheap and nasty car that, like, was the cheapest car in the world? There we go. The Tata Nano. What are we looking for? Tata said it was the first time a two-cylinder petrol was being used in the car with a single balancing shaft. Anyway, yeah. So the Tata Nano, which ended in 2018, I didn't realize it ran so long. What the hell? Oh, okay, it ended in 2015, and apparently there was a facelift. I didn't know that the facelift lasted so long. So yeah, they ran with a two-cylinder. Everyone's saying Tata Nano, yeah. Figured out how to upload the car. Good. Over here, we have AXEM diesel cars. I don't know what that is. Some lads who brought Land Rovers, I learned. Lads who brought Land Rover. Something like that, I do vaguely know. I think it was also Jaguar, maybe? I'm not sure. Streams going. So, styling. Fairly good. It got round lines and straight lines together. That does look a little bit weird now that I look closer at it. They got this nice little extra vent down there. Doesn't entirely match the body lines, but we talked about that earlier. Most of this looks fairly good and fairly standard for the sort of time. Once again, no mud flaps. Kind of getting used to that though. The squirters would probably be on the sill, not on the hoods of a car this age, probably. Mostly because rubbers were not very great, and that's usually how they would get those to connect. Styling. We'll give that like a 6. It is a little bit bland. It's nice, but it's a bit bland. Acceleration. Decent. We'll give it like a 5. Handling, we'll give it like a 4. Fun factor, we'll give it a 6. Call factor, we'll give it a 7, because it's a rotary. Trackability, we'll give it a 4. Features. What is the price of said car? Is it... Wait, which one is it? Which one's got the Doritos, bro? Here we go, this one. Rokushi Tempris? Is this meant to be Russian? Weird. $18,800. That is not a cheap car. 121 horsepower. 1979. The Tempest was the first car Russia made when they were inspired by the American cars of the time. They built this car for the Japanese market with American styling. They could not use a V8, so they developed their own engine. I have done some J-beam work, such as adding custom sounds to the engine. Warning, loud. The engine exhaust and gearbox are 3D fixtures. It is very rough. It may get replicated if a certain mod gets updated. The interior is nothing special, but not very detailed. And not very detailed, but I'm happy enough with it, so I hope it works. Okay. What was the price? That was the thing I came here for. $18,800. So that's quite a cheap price. Let's go in. We have a radio and a clock and some fan controls. Do we have no steering wheel stuff? Okay. Features. 2, because we've got a clock in there as well. Comfort. Probably not the most comfortable car. It is quite loud as well. The steering wheel is quite low, which makes it difficult to get it in and out of. Getting in and out of the rear seats is also not going to be great. Also not particularly great leg room. I pulled one of the knobs off the gear stick. I was wondering what that was. What is the suspension like? So a little bit lungy, which is fair enough. Nice little bit of body roll. That's okay. Comfort. 5. You know what, actually, let's go to 4. It is quite cramped in there. Quality. Being Japanese, quite good, quite old, with an old rotary. Probably not looked after well. Let's give that, like, the 5. Practicality. It's, I don't know. Oh, Phil pulling knobs. If you didn't know, on the Pro controllers, you could pull off the knobs and change them out to different ones. Not really a function I use. I just put on the short ones and went, that'll do. With the tiny motorbike engines? What are we talking about? Doesn't Axiom make microcars for quadricycles or whatever they call them? I think I've seen that name around. Okay. Practicality. It's small, easy to park, but not great room. Hatchback is okay. Let's go like a 4 on that one. You're not really getting the most practical vehicle there. You're not really fitting adults in there. You know what, let's give it a 5. It's not a coupe. Value. These are probably like really expensive now, and being rarer parts now, probably also not great. So value is probably going to be a little bit dubious. We'll go 6 on that one. Ongoing costs are probably going to be somewhere around like 3. Not the worst in the world, but it's also not particularly great. J-Beam editing. They did sounds, which is fairly simple. We'll give that a 1. Would I buy it? Yeah. I'm not really a rotary fan myself. I was a while ago. I don't know, I just kind of grown a little bit bored of them. I don't know. They're just not exciting me as much as they used to when I was really into them. The je ne sais quoi factor. I feel that it is not represented well enough that the fact that they went to the effort of making this thing into a proper rotary with the engine model and all that sort of stuff. So let's give that like a 10. They did a pretty good job there. Realism and commonality. We'll give that a 7. It's realistic, but not very common. And with an overall score of 78, which is quite good for a car of this era. I know I was talking about the slang knobs. Yeah, I know. I know what you're saying. So. Get that refresh. Give me a minute. I need to go to the toilet. I'll be back and we will review... the final car. Green beans? What? I'd never heard of AXM either. But you're making sense with it. Do you know that Australia makes cars? I mean, we used to make cars, now we assemble foreign cars. Mostly Japanese, or Chinese. It's red beans. The back of the car looks like the front of an old Dodge Charger. A little bit, I do see that. I just noticed how out of focus your background is. That's called bokeh. Yes. Lots of bokeh on this camera. I switched it up because I wanted to have a different camera, but I didn't want to move my big camera. So I'm using what's called Blackmagic Pocket Cinema camera. Little cheap thing, quite old now, but it makes a good webcam. And it has a really good image on it. I think it makes a very good image. Anyway, let's get back to the game part of this review. That's a lot of power. It probably should not have that much power, and beamng doesn't know how to select gears. If a beamng is ever going to look at this, the one thing I would like to say is you're judging your gear shifts based entirely upon, I'm assuming, RPM, wheel speed, all that sort of stuff. Things that are like car only. But a driver of a manual car sees everything around them, which includes airspeed, which means that you should know the speeds of which the airspeed is to change gears. And then I think if you do that, you'll have a much better result of gear shifts. Just include airspeed, please. If not, what I might do is I might ask Groundhog to do a little bit of something like that, because I think that's possible. In fact, actually, I might be able to do it as well. I'd have to get Values Electric airspeed and maybe do that. I just, in Austria. Austria makes cars. Oh, did you say Austria and I misread it? No, you did write Australia. Okay, yeah, no, that wasn't my mistake. Good, okay. Yeah, they should factor airspeed into gear changes. You can make a Mercedes 300 SL. Or can you make a Mercedes 300 SL? I can, but I don't really do requests. You have to space your gears so long in automation, it says you have a lot of overdrive, because beamng cars go faster than the automation calculations. Sure. Anyway, let's drive this one around a little bit. I hate that. Okay, lockups under braking, not too bad. It's the sort of amount of brake lockup that you would expect. If you're going for like a more sporty race sort of car, you'd put a little bit more brake bias to the rear. As you can see, this thing is like you can't really brake and turn at the same time. That is a sign of too much front brake force compared to rear brake force. So you can either reduce your front brake force or you can increase your rear brake force. But with how good these brakes already are, probably do a little bit of both. Reduce a little bit of the front, add a little bit to the rear. Jump it? Alright, you know what? Let's go down the bottom of the hill and then see how much of a jump we can get. You know what? Yeah, we just go down here and turn around. Oh. I think my ear infection has reached a new stage. It has now gone a little bit deaf again, and I'm getting tinnitus in my left ear. Great. Hello, Admiral Obvious. I know this might be a little bit Admiral Obvious, but you have made it right at the end of the stream. This is the last car that we're going to be reviewing today. Alright, 2.5 liter. This is meant to be based on this. Oh, god damn it! Pick a gear! Oh my god! And that's all it did. That wasn't much of a jump at all. Anyway, let's reset and go back to... No, I'm joking. Let's actually do the crash. Oh, it made the barrier before it landed. Nice. This is scary. Rice is not scary. Tinnitus is fun. Ugh. I don't get it that often, but I do get it sometimes, and it's happened a lot over the last couple of days with this ear infection thing that I got. I have to go for a really high top speed in automation to get decent... What's happening? Oh, it's set to manual gearbox control. You get decent RPM while cruising at... Yes, you do. That's called overdrive. You'll probably never really find a car that will redline at top speed. Usually, they'll be aero limited, which is like you have to set it to a really high speed and then lower your spacing to match. So that's actually not unusual. That is actually a normal thing to have happen. Alright. What else is there to test in this car? I suppose we'll see how this thing deals with bumps. Quite good. Suspension is rather stiff. I'd like it to be a little bit softer on a 70s car. It's very balanced. Let's do a 0 to 100 test. So we're gonna bring it around to here. The handbrake takes a really long time to activate for some reason. Okay. Come on. Fuck you, beamng. No, why would you stop counting? Is it actually registering? What the fuck is that? So if I don't go full accelerator, that's really frustrating. If you don't go full accelerator, the timer stops counting. That's really annoying, which means I have to go for like the sluggish no riding. 7 seconds to 100? That is incredibly unrealistic. I almost don't want to give it a full fill score just because it's 7 seconds. Let's go have a look at the original Nissan Skyline. Let's go to the wiki so I can actually figure out what the first Skyline is called. Was it like a princess or something? I can't remember. My internet's so slow today. No, not the original then. What year was this car? That's the Dorito car. No, not there either. No, not there. What the hell? Am I losing my mind? Ah, here it is. Okay. 1969. To 1968. Starting in 1969. Here we go. C10. That's going to throw up a whole bunch of Chevy things, isn't it? Skyline. C10. GTR 0 to 100. What do we got? 0 to 100 in 8.5 seconds? Oh my god! I didn't know that this thing... Am I reading that right? Would accelerate 0 to 60 in 8 seconds? Oh, 8.5 seconds? My god. What did we do here? We did 7 seconds. So this is incredibly unrealistic. It is a second and a half to... But then again, I also had to do a sluggish takeoff because beamng kind of sucks. I'm gonna guess it's probably somewhere around 2 seconds faster than what it should be. What do I think about the new beamng car? Oh, I think the beamng devs have no idea how to tune a vehicle or make him. I think they're completely clueless. Looks okay. Handles like shit. Welcome. Oh, Kira, well, welcome back. So, is my car accurate? Ruben's back. Popping in on my brake. How goes the stream? Good, I gave your car a good score. Oh yeah, that light flare thing should probably fix next update? Light flare? What light flare? What are you talking about? Anyway. Wait. Have they put on a sun visor? They have! Oh, that's cool. I haven't seen anybody... I've only ever seen truck builders in automation do that. That's cool. I like that. Except for the fact that I think there would have been an air gap there. Mr. Phil, what score did I get? I don't know, man. You're going to have to look it up. I already forgotten, bro. Phil, what was the name of the song that was playing before this one? Before this one right now is Hot Coffee by Slender Beats. You can just find it in the YouTube audio library. Wait, did I get that right? Slender Beats? No, sorry. Hot Coffee by Patrick. You know what? Let's just bring it up. There. Link in the chat if that's what you're wanting. I think I need to reduce the engine size to 2 liters, I think. That and also... Yeah, you know what? Actually, probably reducing somewhere around 20% of the engine size should do a little bit to help. Also, you don't need to focus so much on power. And maybe also do away with solid front axle suspension. I have a camera, but don't have the mod. What? What are you on about? Oh no, the Trick Omni-Man soundtrack. What? Don't know what you're talking about. There hasn't been anybody by that name that's... I am liking this song though. This song does sound kind of cool. Let's go ahead and start giving this thing its fill score. Starting with its styling. Once again, it's quite muscly, but it's not like a supercar, but it is still quite pronounced in its styling. A little bit more detailed than the last one. I do like a lot of this. So we're going to give it like, I think an 8. It's not a supercar, so we're going to go 7 on that one. I just can't bring myself to do it. You know what? Yeah, nah, an 8. Acceleration. Let's go a 7 on that one. That's fairly good. Handling. We'll go a 6 on that one. Fun factor. 7 on that one. Cool factor. If it is like the skylines, like you say to somebody you got a skyline and you show them that, they're going to be like, oh, that's cool, bro. Let's go a 5 on that one. Most people aren't going to know what it is. But then again, having an old classic car kept up well is probably quite cool to pretty much everybody. Only a few people are going to be like, oh, it's just an old car, and just not get it whatsoever. That is quite rare these days. Trackability. We're going to go like a 6 on that one. This is fast, but it's not like a great car. Features. Was it 1969, was it? Do you think double wishbone front and rear then? For what, this car? You'd probably still go with a solid rear axle, but independent front suspension would not be remiss. That was common? What was common? Double wishbone rear suspension was quite uncommon. It started to come in Europe much more before anybody else. Let's actually have a look at the Skyline C10 rear suspension. Images. That's front suspension, and that is... that looks like McPherson strut to me. Can we have rear suspension? Here we go, rear suspension. Rear suspension is... That's... What am I looking at? Let's get rid of... No. 1969. Semi-trailing arm. That's front suspension again. I've typed rear suspension, god damn it. What the hell? That is a rear differential this time, and we are looking at... What? See, the thing is, oh god, we've got a steering rack in here, and that's what's throwing me. Did this thing have this long ago rear suspension steering? I don't think it did. A rear wheel steering, sorry. Oh, this is the wrong year. This is like a much more modern wheel and tire package. Yeah, this is like Google just being really shit at showing me what it is that I'm searching for. That's showing double wishbone, whatever the hell that is. Those are 3D models. I don't think there's ever been an image of of the rear suspension of a 1969 Skyline. They are just non-existent. Nah, the pictures don't exist. I give up. Because you said mohair every, what? Hey, Dan Coopens is back. How's it going, bro? Man, double wishbone on the front and leaf spring. For Japanese, they probably didn't go leaf spring on a sports car in the rear. Especially if they were using a Mercedes, basically a Mercedes engine, I should say. This car is too fast. What were we doing? We're having a look at features. What was the price? Probably really stupidly low, right? How is it? Oh, I don't know what the price is, so that's invalid. We have any of this animated? No, not by the looks of it. We have a radio that's inside of like a nice thing there, so it can like capture dirt around the dials. Great. That doesn't look great at all, if I'm going to be honest. That looks very unpleasant to change the dials. Also, your front seats are like weirdly squished forwards. And wait, is there no rear seats in this? What the hell? Nope, no rear seats. Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure that the Skylines back then had rear seats and 4 doors. Features 1, it's got a radio. Comfort looks okay. Not full seats, not bucketed at all. Probably the wrong seats altogether, considering that they have headrests as well. Cars of this period wouldn't have had it. Also, if you are going to go with strapped seatbelts, the seatbelts usually start on the outside and go to the inside. Having it go this way, very rare. Nan price. Nice. Everyone, round of applause for Admiral Obvious there. That's actually a really good one. Well done. If nobody gets that, or if like anybody doesn't get what the joke was just then, if there's an error in automation and doesn't know how to do something, it just says Nan. And that's what they went with. Nan price. Love it. Price tag restricted. I don't know. I think Nan price is a lot better because that's a lot more frustrating when you get that. Yeah. Comfort, well, you know, like a 4 on that one. Quality. It's probably fairly good. It's Japanese. That price though, I don't know. We'll just go like it's an older car. We'll go a 4 on that one. You know, we'll go a 5 on that one. Practicality of this car. Only a 2-seater. Easy enough to park. This is not a hatchback style. It is a boot style, which seems like a massive waste. So we're gonna go like a 3 on that one. You got rear cargo space, but it's not great. It also looks like it was divided by a divider. Value. Have to leave that one blank. Same with ongoing cost. Leave that blank. JV editing, I don't believe there was any. Would I buy it? It'd probably be phenomenally outside of my price range, but I would consider it, so we'll go a 4 on that one. The je ne sais quoi factor of this car. I feel it's pretty good. Realism and commonality. 2 for a score of 65. You guys giving sarcastic claps in the chat? Honestly. There we go. Well, so Mayhem, thank you for giving a non-sarcastic clap. Anyway, that is your score for this car. There is a lot to work on. I've talked about the styling elsewhere on this as well. A lot of this, though, I do like. But yeah, that 0 to 100, that's Ferrari territory. Like, more than Ferrari territory. But yep, that is the end of the stream. How's everyone enjoyed it so far? Man is kind of sus. Sometimes, maybe. Squeeze 4 points somewhere out and you get a very nice number. Nah, I'm good to leave it where it was. But I know what you're going for. Rear end looks like old Alpha. It doesn't look a little bit, I suppose. Yeah, I can kind of see that. Had fun. 15 minutes. Start watching from the beginning, and then if you right click in the middle of the video and then go to loop, you can keep watching it until next week. No, don't do that. You'll drive yourself insane. So let's start doing the goodbyes for everybody. Catch you later, Admiral Obvious. Cascade Freak was a cool and informative stream. I'm glad you liked it. Had fun as per usual. Thank you. Catch you later, yeah. Thank you for being here. Where Vixen, thank you as well. Lance, you're full for you all round. Kind of see that a little bit. I had fun the whole time. Thank you, Border 140. Thank you for being here. Space Warrior, thank you for being here. Not a thing, thank you for being here. Also, Mayhem Entertainment, thank you for being here. Who else we got in here? Flame Z, thank you for being here and for being a channel member. Kira Yoshikage, thank you for being around for the longest amount of time. Ruben, thank you for coming by occasionally and for the car you submitted. Julian. How do I pronounce the last name? Mor. That doesn't really fit on a dialect particularly well to read it that way. Lots of duplicates of people. Thanks to just all channel members for being channel members as well again. See you guys. See you soon, guys. Felt. It's not the right way to form that sentence. And apparently, not a thing is starting to fall asleep. I go back to sleep. Okay then. All right, guys. It has been wonderful, but I'm really goddamn hungry. I'm probably gonna go out and get some fast food junky crafty. Have a good day, Phil. Looking forward to your interior stream. Will it be a stream? It'll probably just be an informative video, most likely. It might be a stream, I don't know. Maybe I will. Don't forget the rewalk diffuser style. I'm tired of that one. Because everyone shat on it for, like, being resembling basically the previous one that it was based upon. But it's like, everything about it is pretty much new. So, I get some drink after this? Okay. A binge eating fast food? Oh yeah, I'm gonna die of a coronary. Yep. That is it. By the way, get well soon. Hopefully, after seeing the doctor today, it's basically gonna fix itself and be done in a couple of days at least. At most. I see. Alright then, Philman. I don't know, maybe I will do a stream. Streams are easier. Had a great rest of your day, Phil, and a tasty meal. I'm gonna give them one more try. I want Carl's Jr. to be good, but they just haven't been. But I've only been there twice. Maybe a third time we might get something a little bit better tasting. I don't know whether you know this, but fast food in Australia is worlds apart better than what you get in America, and a lot better than what you get in a lot of places in Europe. Just our standards of culinary taste and whatnot are much higher. And we've got a moth in here. Weird. Who's that other... Oh yeah, Starbucks tried to come to Australia, and they shut down within a couple of years. Do you know why? Because we actually have good coffee in Australia. And Starbucks' coffee, I don't drink coffee. I just heard everyone else say it's kind of like, oh, the Starbucks coffee was kind of like underwhelming. It's not as good as what people were saying it was. You just get more of it. and there is better coffee makers elsewhere from normal baristas, is because we had a lot of Italians come to Australia, and we were considerably, but we were still racist towards them. We were considerably less racist towards them than what we were, than what they were in America against Italians. So we treated them a lot better, and they succeeded very well in their barista endeavors. And coffee drinkers love coffee that is made in Australia. It's 3:10, so I'm going to eat and then basically go to sleep in like a half an hour afterwards. Have and good food? All right there, Jeremy. You actually have independent coffee companies that actually do good coffee. Yeah! All over the place. Coffee shops are quite common here. But yeah, that's the thing. I hate coffee. I don't like bitter things. Philman versus Mothman when? Oh god. Mothra. I'm Godzilla. Yep. That little... Bye.